I am the beginning. Before sound, before shape, before anything moves, I am already here. I do not arrive with fire. I do not come with thunder. I come quietly. I am Shams, not the light from the sky, but a light that rises from within. As I arrive, the world begins to stir. The darkness does not vanish, it simply makes room. The silence does not break, it becomes aware. I do not need to speak light into existence. I am light, and that light moves across the land like a memory slowly coming back. The rivers begin to reveal their paths. The sky stretches out its edges. Even the mountains lean forward, reaching for the warmth. There is no day yet. There is no night. Just contrast. Before I came, the world did not know how to see. With me, it begins to learn. This is the first day. I am breath, and the world needs more than light. It needs space. It needs balance. So I breathe once, slowly, and the sky rises. Not by force, it opens like a clear thought forming. Above becomes the sky. Below becomes earth. Now there is direction. Now there is room to grow. This is the second day. I am movement. I walk the horizon, and the ground answers. It doesn't leap, it chooses. Valleys dip, mountains gather. Waters ease back, not out of fear, but to give space. I don't divide land and sea. They divide for me, because they're ready. The world begins to take its shape. Not perfect, not finished, but alive. It begins to move on its own. This is the third day. I am stillness, and from this stillness, rhythm is born. Not clocks or minutes, but the turning of light, the shift of warmth. Now the world has balance. Day and night take turns. Everything grows by pattern. The world starts to remember how it moves. This is the fourth day. I am breath again, and the world listens. It's awake, but not yet alive. So I breathe into it. Not sound, but presence. The wind sighs for the first time. The roots stir. The soil hums. It isn't life, not yet, but it's the readiness for it. The world is paying attention now, not to me, but to itself. This is the fifth day. I am witness. I return to the center, not to rule, not to speak, but to see. The rivers run without being told. The land holds its form. The sky stretches wide. There are no voices yet, but the space is ready to be shared. The light within me has reached every edge. There is nothing more to create. This is the sixth day. I am ready. Everything is in motion still. Light is silent. The world holds itself. The breath before breath. The moment before movement. I prepare to walk forward into the next realm. The next becoming. But then something rises. A pause. Not hesitation. Not doubt. A remembering. Earth. Not as a memory. Not with longing. Just clearly. The noise of it. The ache of it. The sleep within it. And the souls still searching. Still circling. Still reaching for a name they forgot they had. I feel it without touching. I see it without looking. And in that seeing, I know. It is not finished. Not for them, and not for me. That knowing becomes a choice. Simple one, but whole. Not to escape this light. Not to abandon what I have become. But to offer something back. To remind. To reflect. To step into the forgetting. So that others might begin to remember. One last visit. One last crossing, not as punishment, not as sacrifice, but as love. So I turn not away from truth, but toward it, in another form, a form that can walk beside them. And I step back. This is the seventh day. I am ready. The world I leave behind holds itself now, whole, steady, moving in rhythm. There's nothing left to shape. The light has reached every corner. Time breathes on its own. I prepare to walk forward, but I remember Earth, not with longing, not with regret, just clearly. It is not finished, and that knowing becomes a choice. I choose to return not to escape this world, but to offer something to the ones still unfolding. I turn. I step back. The moment I begin to descend, someone appears beside me, not arriving, but unfolding. Not like a visitor, but like a presence that was always there, waiting to be seen. He walks beside me, calm, steady, familiar. He says, I am Shamse Tabrizi. I have walked beside many who chose to return, not as punishment, not as sacrifice, but as love. He says their names not loudly, but like he's remembering them in real time. Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, and others, they remembered their mission through forgetting, and so will you. His voice is steady, grounded in something far older than time. Each time a soul chooses to leave stillness and re-enter the storm, I appear. Not by command, but by alignment. You chose, so I appear. He says no more for now. We start walking. I notice the ground beneath us, soft but steady. It feels less like a place, more like memory made visible. There's no sun here, but everything glows from within. No sky, but there's space. No distance, yet we move. Shams walks quietly, but his presence shapes everything around us. We stop beside something that looks like a river, but it doesn't flow. It holds. It knows. It flows with knowing. Shams gestures without words. Names have followed you, he says. Titles, roles, stories, but none of them are you. He pauses, letting the weight of that truth settle. You are not the name others call, not the roles you've played. You are the one who chose to return. He does not say where I am returning to. He doesn't need to. I feel a pull, not of facts, but of love. A love that could have stayed in stillness forever, but chose to come back, to walk again, not for praise, but for remembering. We move not to explore, but to listen. Shams speaks of others who also returned, Jesus, Buddha, Ahura Mazda, not as gods, but as Shamses, people who remembered. They didn't come to rule, he says. They came to remind. He speaks of the sun, not as a star, but as a symbol. Shams means sun, he explains, but it isn't about light or heat. It's about source, and the source is what you carry inside. We do not carry truth like a burden. We become it. Those who came before me carried their part. They offered it and were misunderstood. But that's the cost of remembering too early. Before you enter the earth, he says, you must understand the ones who came before. People created symbols to remember them. Stories changed over time, but the truth beneath the stories remains. One of the oldest was Mithra, Shams says. People believed he was the god of the sun. They worshipped the sky, thinking the star was the source. But Mithra was never the sun in the sky. The sun reminded them of him. He descended as a divine soul, lived as human, forgot like all who descend, and then the remembering returned. When he remembered, he began to guide others. The people felt that inner sun, and after he left, they lifted their eyes to the sky to remember the presence he carried. Mithra was a Shams, a soul who returned to remind humanity of what lives within them. There was another, Shams continues, from a time before memory had letters. She was called Inanna. Later, some knew her as Ishtar. They said she went into the underworld, but they were speaking of the human world, the world of bodies and time, the world where forgetting begins. She descended from a higher realm. She passed through layers of story and form until she stood among humans. She lived as one of them. She forgot, and then the remembering returned. She did not fall. She chose to enter. Every layer prepared her to walk among those who felt lost. She came not to rule, but to remind. I and Shams walk until the world gently folds into something new. There are no gates, no walls, but somehow we enter a space that feels like a home. Not a grand palace, not a temple, just a warm, open place where presence settles into form. A table waits for us, not elaborate, not staged, just full. Bowls of fruit that glow like they've been picked from a tree that remembers light. Cups filled with something clear and cool. Bread that feels like it was just broken. Shams gestures softly toward the space, like he's not offering it, just reminding me it's always been here. I take a sit. It's strange, the way hunger appears. Not as craving, but as curiosity. I hadn't thought of food, not once. I hadn't felt thirst or weight or time. I was not body, I was God. But now, with the scent of fruit and the sound of pouring, I realize I want to eat. And that wanting doesn't feel like weakness. It feels like arrival. Shams sits across from me. No words needed. His presence says, even the divine, when it chooses love, chooses to taste the world too. I take a piece of fruit, and for the first time in all this long return, I feel the sweetness of form, not as a trap, but as a gift. I take a bite from the apple, and something in the stillness shifts, not outside me, but within. The taste is soft, sweet, and deep, like a memory I didn't know I carried. Shams doesn't speak right away. He lets the moment open. You're not the first, he finally says. Another once sat here in this same stillness, holding that same fruit. Her name arrives not like a lesson, but like a returning breeze. Eve. She wasn't tricked. She wasn't punished. She chose. There were no crowds, no students, no temple waiting for her, he says. The earth wasn't full of people yet, but someone had to go first. And then he looks at me. Not to explain, but to confirm what I already feel. She was the first goddess to return, the first Shams, the first divine soul to look upon the human world and say, I will go. She didn't descend out of guilt or fall from grace. She came because love doesn't wait, it acts. She wasn't leaving heaven, Shams says. She was bringing it. Eve wasn't cast out. She stepped in. Not because she forgot who she was, but because she remembered who they would become. She wasn't made from man, he adds. She came before him. She was the first light to walk among dust. And as I chew the last bite of the apple, I feel her not as a story, but as a presence still moving in the world. I look at the table, and my eyes catch the bowl of water. Clear, still, simple. It's strange. I hadn't noticed it before. I hadn't needed to. Up here, thirst doesn't exist. Hunger is a feeling of remembrance, not survival. I haven't drank water in what feels like forever, because I haven't needed to drink. I was God. I am God. And God doesn't thirst. But now, I do. Not out of need, but out of something softer. A memory, a recognition. For a moment, I just stare at the water, and it stares back. Shams doesn't say a word. He knows what this moment is. I lift the bowl with both hands and bring it near. It feels impossibly light, like it holds something more than liquid. And just as it touches my lips, a knowing begins to unfold. This, Shams says, was always the symbol. He doesn't mean just now. He means before, long before. In the old ways, before temples and scrolls, water was the first altar. People gathered by it not to worship it, but because they remembered it carried the divine. I sip, and it's like the world breathes. They saw in water the path of return, he continues. Not because it climbed, but because it descended, effortlessly. Water flows downward, not in weakness, but in truth. It goes where it is needed, and it takes everything with it. I feel it now, not just in my mouth, but in my chest. The softness, the movement. Even now, on Earth, people are drawn to water without knowing why. They sit beside oceans and feel a peace they can't explain. They walk into lakes and feel whole. They take showers, soak in bathtubs, listen to rain. Not because it's practical, but because somewhere deep in them, they remember. He looks at the bowl in front of me. Water doesn't just clean, it reveals, it reminds. Then he brings in another name, one that carries the quiet of the East. In Taoism, he says, they teach that water is the highest path. It flows where others resist. It shapes mountains by yielding. It overcomes not through strength, but by patience. It moves without pride and nourishes all without asking. He speaks it like he lived it. To be like water, he says, is to descend without losing your nature. And then he lifts his hand slightly above the bowl. And when love enters it, when the water is warmed by the heat of the heart, it rises. It becomes mist, becomes cloud, becomes what lives above again. It returns home. I feel it, like steam in my chest. And even then, even at the height, it remembers, and it descends once more, as rain, as river, as life. To choose to return, Shams says again, is to become like water. And now I understand. The divine does not crash. It flows. It doesn't command. It reaches. It doesn't shout. It remembers. I place the bowl down, but a part of it stays with me, like I've been touched by something I've always known. The table, the house, the quiet bowls of fruit, they've all faded, like a dream gently dissolving as a new one begins. It doesn't feel like we moved. It feels like the moment reshaped itself, and now we're simply here. The beach stretches wide, quiet and still. The ocean unfolds in front of us, its surface calm, its waves slow and steady. The water is a deep kind of blue, soft, rich, almost like it's holding a story just beneath. There's no sun in the sky, but the light is here. Everywhere, without shadows or source. The sky above is pale and endless. It doesn't pull you toward it. It simply holds the space around us. The sand is cool and smooth under my feet, like it's been waiting. The air is warm, not from wind or heat, but from presence. Nothing stirs, but everything feels awake. And then a sound. It's soft, barely there, but it rises like a thread, a single flute, high, clear, drifting across the waves like it's coming from somewhere beyond the water, or maybe from within it. I turn toward Shams and ask, "Where's that flute sound coming from?" My voice is quiet, like I'm not sure if I'm asking him or just thinking out loud. Shams walks a few steps down the shoreline, stopping near the edge of the water. There, resting in the sand, is a pale conch shell, smooth and wide, curved like a quiet spiral. He points to it. "It's coming from here," he says. Not the shell itself, but what it holds. The sound is older than language. Some heard it as a flute, others as wind, some as the breath of the stars. I kneel near it, and even before I bring it close, I feel the sound more than hear it, like it moves through the air and into my chest. Shams speaks gently. This is what they were always reaching for, in every chant, every prayer, every silence. This is what they were trying to remember. He looks out to the sea again. Spirituality was never about reaching upward. It was about tuning in. It wasn't about rising. It was about returning, letting this current pull you back to what you already are. The shell rests between us, simple, still, and full of everything. I kneel near the shell again. A faint flute tone rises, soft, almost invisible, but it reaches me like breath. It lasts only as long as a single exhale. In that moment, the ocean responds. A gentle ripple moves across its surface, and the water deepens in color. The soft blue turns darker, fuller, closer to indigo. The entire sea seems to lean toward the sound, like it's listening too. "You know that sound," Shams says. "Many have heard it after chanting the name Hu. They sit in silence, and when they reach the stillness between breaths, the flute begins." He gestures between my eyebrows. "They say it comes from here, seen as a dark blue just beneath the skin. That's not imagination. That's this place remembering itself through you." The chant doesn't call the sound. The chant clears the way for it to be heard. The darker blue holds. It's not just color. It feels like presence. "Hue is not a word," Shams says. "It's not even a chant. It's a remembering. When the soul forgets where it came from, it still remembers hue. Not as sound, but as a pull, a longing that can't be explained. That's why when you chant it, not speak it, but really breathe it, it feels like something stirs." That sound, the flute, is the soul's reflection of the current. You don't hear it with your ears. You feel it when you've gone quiet enough. When the sound shows itself, it comes as a shimmer, deep blue, sometimes violet. You're not seeing light, you're seeing direction, a turning inward, a soft doorway. The sea releases another breath. The rhythm of it is no longer random. It moves in time with the sound. The air around us holds still, not silent, but waiting. "It's not the chant that brings you here," Shams says. "It's the letting go between the chants. That space, that stillness, that's what carries you." Another soft breath of the flute drifts through, and as the sound moves across the beach, I feel something unlock behind my chest. A memory rises, not in detail, not in words, but in atmosphere. I am sitting in the dark somewhere, maybe on Earth, maybe not. I remember chanting softly. Then silence, full silence. And then a sound, flute-like and blue, just behind my forehead. I had forgotten this until now, until this sound, until this ocean. "You've been here before," Shams says. "Not with feet, with your soul." And the sound remembered you. The beach feels less like a place and more like a state of being. The sky above holds the same soft light. Still no sun, no shadows, just that pale glow that makes everything visible without pointing to a source. Time doesn't pass here, it drifts. We don't chase the current, Shams says. We join it, and without needing to understand, I rise with him. We walk farther along the shore, and the sound fades completely. Just the ocean beside us, steady and quiet. Then I see it, a small olive tree, its branches twisted, but full of life. Silver-green leaves shimmer under the pale sky, and olives, dark, round, full, hang from its limbs like silent offerings. The olive tree, he says, it always grows where the soil remembers both water and struggle. He places his hand lightly on its trunk. In ancient paths, this tree meant peace, but not the kind of peace that's given, the kind that's earned. After storms, after droughts, it lives long, it survives fire, and still it gives. In the old world, they would anoint kings and prophets with oil from trees like this, not to make them holy, but to remind them they already are. That's what this place does. It doesn't give you anything. It just shows you what's always been growing inside. We sit beneath the olive tree. The ground is warm, but not hot. The breeze carries the faint scent of salt from the sea, but the tree itself smells earthy, sharp, and alive. There's no sun above us, just a soft, even light. Nothing casts a shadow. Everything simply is. I lean back against the trunk. Shams sits beside me, holding an olive. It smells like something I've known before, I say. You have, he replies. This tree is memory, a memory that lives in your body, not in your mind. He tells me about the Yoruba, who believe trees are spirits, not metaphors, beings with presence, especially the old ones. They would offer food to the base, whisper prayers to the leaves, not for answers, but because the tree was already listening. I rest my hand on the roots. They feel like something holding me up. To descend is not to fall, Shams says. It's to root, to belong. I stare at the tree trunk and feel it in my breath. I thought I was ready to go down, I whisper. But maybe I've only ever learned to rise. Shams nods. That's why we sit, he says. That's why we wait. And so we do. The silence breathes with us. The tree holds. And I let myself become part of the ground. This moment doesn't need to become anything else. Under the olive tree, the silence stretches like a field with no end. Shams places his hand gently on the earth and says, "Stillness is not the absence of sound. It's the space where the soul listens." He begins to speak of the old ways. The prophets did not always hear a voice. Sometimes what they heard was silence. That was enough. Muhammad climbed to the cave, not to speak, but to be still. It was there he remembered. Not received, remembered. So did Moses, when he stepped away from his people and ascended the mountain, not to ask, but to empty himself enough to hear what was already within. As Shams finishes, a presence stirs beside us. I turn, and someone is standing there. Not quite a man, not quite a woman. There's a blend, not confusing, but whole. Their features carry the softness of one and the strength of another, and it all rests easy within them. They speak, calm and grounded. "I am Senar. I've been keeping your world since you left. I'll continue until you return." They sit beside me, not demanding attention, just presence. I ask, "Do you remember Earth?" Senar nods. "I do. I've never walked the path of the Shams, but I've been through lives. My final life was lived carrying both the feminine and the masculine, not one or the other. And when a soul does that with grace, with honesty, they're nearing their last human cycle. That life becomes a mirror of balance. If they hold it, they rise. If not, the cycle continues. Senar continues. There were symbols left in your world. Some called them gods, some saw them as myths, but they were memories of us, the ones who carried both, like Krishna, painted in blue, neither defined by form nor bound by one path. There were others too, scattered across temples and scriptures. The signs were never to worship, but to remind. I look into their eyes, and it's like seeing a thread pulled through centuries, woven through stories, temples, villages, forgotten chants. Those who carry both are not confused. They're the reminder, the balancing, the ones who've held both flames and didn't let the fire consume them. Their voice softens. We don't speak from pride. We're shaped by love, not to stand above, but to stand steady, so others can feel the ground again. Then Senar begins to walk toward the ocean. The waves move slowly, almost welcoming. Before stepping in, they turn back to me and say, when you're there, when you remember this moment, tell the others, the ones like me, that love is still worth it, even when it hurts, especially then. They step into the water. Their form begins to shimmer, then shift, blue light rising around them like a memory returned. The sea accepts them, and they fade like mist meeting the tide. And I sit beneath the tree, the silence still holding. Shams is quiet beside me. The olive tree breathes above us, steady, ancient, alive. Then he lifts a single branch, gently, like he's remembering something, not from thought, but from soul. He weaves the soft green leaves into a circle with his hands, not decorative, deliberate, and when he places it on my head, the moment shifts. This, he says, is what they were trying to remember. I feel it, not as a crown, but as a return. The leaves don't carry weight. They carry recognition. You've seen this before, Shams says, in paintings, in old statues, the Greeks, the Romans, the laurels they placed on the heads of kings and warriors. They thought they were honoring greatness, victory, power. He looks at me, eyes soft but steady. But this wasn't about victory. It was memory. I close my eyes. The wind moves lightly through the crown, as if the leaves are still attached to the tree. I can almost hear it breathing with me. Shams speaks lower now, like he's talking to the earth itself. They forgot the Shams was never here to rule. The Shams was here to remind. He turns toward me again. Each crown they made after, each wreath, each branch, wasn't to honor a man. It was to echo a moment when someone divine chose to walk in dust. I breathe deeply, and the silence responds. Shams walks slowly to the edge of the grove. The sea hums, not with sound, but with presence. He looks out across the water, and then he speaks, not just to me, but to the centuries. They remembered Zeus, not because he ruled the sky, but because something once stood among them with such power and stillness that they could only explain it as thunder. They gave him lightning, because they had no words for what it feels like when a soul who has fully remembered stands before you. He glances back at me. They didn't invent gods. They tried to hold on to the Shams. He steps closer. Athena, goddess of wisdom, clear-eyed, armed with knowing, was their echo of a Shams who once walked with truth in her hands. And Dionysus, they called him wild, mad, drunk with ecstasy. But what they couldn't understand was joy remembered too early feels like madness to those who forgot. Shams closes his eyes, and just like before, that same flute sound rises, soft, high, familiar. The ocean deepens, turning dark blue once again, not with storm, but with knowing. The crown of olive on my head feels lighter, almost transparent, as if it's not sitting on me, but moving through me. The air around us grows still, but it isn't silence. It's a pause, a breath being held by something larger than wind. The olive tree behind us softens, its form dissolving into space, like memory turning back into possibility. Even the sand beneath our feet now feels distant, not gone, just letting go. Shams does not move, but something in him is already somewhere else. A veil folds inward, the light folds with it, and the moment locks itself in, not like a prison, more like a sacred seal, a chrysalis, a silence before change. This is not escape, it is transition. And I know, without needing to be told, we are no longer standing in the same place. The world has turned, and we are inside its turning. The stillness unwraps, not with noise, but with recognition. When the veil folds open again, we are no longer near the sea. The ground beneath us is smooth, ancient, almost luminous. We stand within a great circular space, open above, endless around. The air holds no wind, only presence. All around us, objects, symbols, offerings, echoes. They rest on pedestals, hang in the air, glow from the stone. A cross carved in cedar, a crescent moon suspended in gold, a lotus sculpted in pale crystal, a cube of black stone, a wheel of 8 spokes, a single burning heart wrapped in thorns, a chalice filled with nothing and yet full. Some I recognize, some I feel before I understand. Some carry no name, but pulse with something older than language. I look to Shams. He walks among them with reverence, not touching, only seeing. These, he says, are not truths. They are doors, every one of them. He pauses beside a menorah, its 7 branches alight without flame. They are not separate paths. They are scattered lanterns around the same remembering. Shams stops beside a tall bronze pillar. At its top rests a single shape, simple, elegant, a loop above a cross, the Ankh. He doesn't explain it at first. He just stands beside it, his hand resting gently at his chest. This, he says, was never meant to be worn around the neck. It was meant to be remembered in the breath. I step closer. It glows softly, not like fire, but like memory warming through skin. The Egyptians, Shams says, called it the key of life. But they didn't mean life the way you think of it now. Not survival, not breath and heartbeat. They meant continuity, connection. The life that doesn't end, because it never began. He circles the Ankh slowly, as if walking through time. There was one, long before pharaohs were named, who walked the riverbanks with eyes that saw beyond death. She remembered. She spoke not of gods, but of what it meant to carry eternity inside the body. Some say she was Isis, but her name was older than that. She was a Shams, and she carried this symbol, not as decoration, but as truth. When the Nile flooded, she stayed. When children died, she sang. When crops failed, she knelt and blessed the soil, because she knew this life and the next were not 2 different places. They were the same light, folded in layers. Shams touches the loop of the Ankh with his finger. The circle, he says, is the spirit. The line below it, form, and a cross at the base, reminder. that the divine descends, becomes matter, and still remains divine. They tried to make her a goddess. She refused. She said, "I am not to be worshipped. I am to be followed inward." He turns to me now. They placed Ankhs in the tombs of kings, but not for status, for returning, so that when the soul awoke, it would see the symbol and remember its way back. Shams moves without speaking, but I follow him easily, as if my feet already knew where to go. We stop before a symbol carved into stone, golden wings outstretched, a ring beneath a figure, one hand raised, the other holding a circle, the Faravahar. It hums with something different, not louder, but firmer. A kind of nobility, not from pride, but from clarity. This, Shams says, was not born of empire. It was born of memory. Long ago, before Zoroaster was given his name, there was a Shams who lived not as priest, but as presence. He walked the mountains near what you now call Yazd. He spoke little, but when he did, his words carried the weight of fire without ever raising his voice. He taught that light was not just a thing to see, but something to become, that goodness, right thought, right action were not moral rules, but directions on how to stay open to the divine while walking through form. I look again at the figure. The wings feel alive. The ring below him feels still. He did not preach, Shams says. He simply lit fires. Literal fires, yes, but also the ones inside hearts that had gone cold. He told them that Ahura Mazda was not up there, but in here. Shams taps his chest. They asked him, "Then who are you?" And he said, "I am someone who remembered before I was born." He didn't want followers. He wanted firekeepers. After he left, the people tried to describe what had moved among them. They couldn't use words, so they used shape. The wings for transcendence, the ring for eternity, the human figure for the one who chooses to return. They made it royal, and they placed it on the walls of Persepolis. But it was never about kings. It was always about the one who walks both fire and dust. Shams looks up at me. The Faravahar is not a reminder of empire. It is a symbol that someone once came back, and the people felt it. So they gave it wings. We walk again, not away from the Faravahar, but through it, as if the story has folded behind us, becoming part of our breath. The hall stretches on, still circular, but the air feels lighter here, more inward, more still. Symbols shift gently as we pass. Some bow their light as we move. Some feel like old friends I haven't met yet. Then up ahead, a shape rests low to the ground, soft, pale, rooted in the stone but unfolding like breath. A lotus. Shams kneels beside the flower. He doesn't speak at first. He just watches it. The way it rises, soft, steady, whole, as if the stone itself had chosen to bloom. The petals glow with no source of light, no sun, no fire, just clarity. This, he says finally, is the lotus, and it remembers everything. There was a Shams, he begins, long before Siddhartha had a name. He lived not in palaces or temples, but near a river that disappeared in the dry season. He would sit beside the cracked earth, and when people asked what he was doing, he'd say, "I'm waiting for the lotus to return." They thought it was metaphor, but he meant it. He knew it would rise, even from drought, even from dust. One day, a boy came. He had questions, not about gods or fate, but about pain. Why do we hurt, he asked. Why do we lose? Why do we forget? The Shams pointed to the dried riverbed and said nothing. The next day the boy returned. Still no water, still no lotus, still silence. But on the seventh day, the rains came, and by dawn, the first lotus appeared. Small, bright, silent. The boy cried when he saw it, not because it was beautiful, but because it was still here. Shams looked at him and said, "You see, it did not fight to rise. It simply remembered." That boy, Shams tells me now, was the one you call Buddha. The lotus is not about growth, Shams says. It is about emergence. It begins in the mud, always. It rises through darkness, always. And it opens in stillness, always. They made it a symbol, but it was never meant to be drawn. It was meant to be lived. They carved it into temples, painted it beneath thrones. But the real throne, he says, is the stillness inside a soul that no longer resists. When you see the lotus, you are being reminded. You came from the mud, you rose through the dark, and still you bloom. We walk further into the hall. The light here doesn't come from above. It rises from the objects themselves, quiet, persistent, aware. And then I see it. 7 flames, steady, suspended in gold, each held by a single branch, curving upward from a central stem. The menorah. Shams does not speak at first. He places his hand just above the middle flame, not touching, just listening. This light, he says, was never meant to burn out. In the ancient world, Shams says, this was more than a lamp. It was memory, carved in gold, lit in silence. There was a Shams once, born among them, not as a prophet, but as a boy who asked too many questions. They called him Ezra. They said he restored the law. But what he really did was remember the flame. Shams walks slowly along the arc of branches. 7 flames, not 7 rules, 7 echoes, 7 layers of descent. You see this in many paths. 7 heavens, 7 earths, 7 seals, 7 chakras, 7 stars around the throne. They're all the same story, told in different languages. These flames, Shams says, represent not just light, but descent. He points to the highest one. This is the origin, pure presence, the formless divine. Then he moves downward, and this, each step, a plane, a choice, a layer of forgetting, until light becomes form, until God becomes dust. But even in dust, the flame remains. They lit this in the tabernacle, he says, not to worship it, but to remember the path home. And the oil they used, it wasn't just fuel, it was purity. The part of the soul that never touched the world and still returned with love. Every Shams who returned walked through these 7 planes and lit a candle in each. And now, Shams says softly, you are walking the same path, not upward, but inward. We walk into a quieter part of the hall. There are fewer shapes here, fewer symbols, but something is watching, not from above, from within. It's carved into a flat stone, smoothed by time, outlined in gold, an eye. It doesn't blink, doesn't shine, but I feel it. It sees me. Shams steps beside it, hands folded. He looks at the symbol like he's meeting an old friend. They called it the Eye of Horus, he says, but that name came much later. Before the name, there was just a presence, a way of seeing that healed. He kneels in front of the stone. This was not about gods watching from the sky. It was about remembering what lives inside, the part of you that never sleeps. He touches his forehead, right between his eyes. This is where it lives, he says. Doesn't speak, it just sees. And what it sees, it holds in love. I sit down across from him. The eye carved into the stone feels calm. It doesn't judge, it listens. There was once a Shams in the Nile villages, he says, a man who never gave sermons. He walked the riverbanks, he sat in silence, and when people met his gaze, they felt lighter. Not because he told them anything, but because they remembered who they were. Some say he healed the sick. Some say he could see the truth in people's hearts. But what he really did was simple. He saw, and his seeing reminded others to see too. I look at the stone again. There's nothing threatening in it, just stillness and presence. In India, Shams says, they placed it here. He points again between his brows, to remind themselves that wisdom doesn't come from books, it comes from quiet. In every path, there's a moment when you stop looking out. You begin looking in. That's when the eye begins to open. I close my eyes, and without needing light, I begin to see. Not images, not visions, but truth. The kind that lives beneath words. And it's there, soft, clear, awake. The eye, alive inside me. Shams stands, and his steps are slow, like he's walking through a place only he can see. He begins to speak, but the words feel more like breath than speech. They fall like petals. You have two eyes, he says, but only one is open. The one that shows you faces and fire is not the one that shows you truth. There is an eye beneath the skin, behind the bone, where the beloved enters without knocking. He walks past a pillar shaped like a teardrop. His voice softens. Close the one that looks outward, if you wish to begin. Wash the window inside you. Let it shine. The prophets didn't speak of this eye, because it cannot be drawn. But when it opens, you no longer ask for proof. He stops near a flickering lamp, looks down. They search for heaven above, but the gate is right here, the small space behind your breath. God does not watch you from the sky. He sees through you from the center. The hall is silent again, but the air feels fuller, like the walls have heard this poem before. Shams turns back to me. This is why the eye was carved in stone, he says, so that when you forget, something still watches until you remember again. The ocean is still. The sky holds no sun, but nothing is missing. The light is soft, even. The flute sound returns, distant, like it's been playing all along. Shams walks near the water. He kneels in the sand, places his hand upon it, and draws a triangle with one slow, unbroken motion. This is the first shape, he says, the beginning of structure. The point that rises upward is the soul remembering itself. The two lower corners are life holding that rise in balance. The world, the body, the lessons that shape us. In Egypt, he says, they called it fire. In the Vedic temples, it was the sign of transformation. It was the path of ascent. The human being awakening from within, moving from form into essence, becoming one with the divine by turning inward. Then he draws a second triangle, its point descending toward the earth. The two shapes fold into each other, forming a six-pointed star. This, he says, is the descent. The downward point is the divine leaning toward the human, sending guidance, law, prophets, scripture. The upward point is the soul rising to meet what calls it. The Star of David was never a mark of empire, he says softly. It was the memory of two movements, the divine reaching down, the soul reaching up. Where they touched, light entered the world. He speaks of the people of Israel, how they carried this symbol through exile, across deserts and generations. He says a Shams walked with them once, not to lead armies, but to keep a single ember from going dark. Then he draws a third triangle, letting the lines bloom outward. With this final addition, a 9-pointed star appears. Shams rests his palm over it, and this, he whispers, is alignment. It is the meeting of both movements, the ascent of the soul and the descent of the divine. Baha'u'llah did not bring another truth. He gathered the older ones, revealing that all paths were pointing toward the same light, the same message spoken in many tongues. He pauses, letting the wind breathe across the sand. Another Shams will return, he said, not to begin again, but to complete what was always known. Finally, he places his hand upon the center and draws a circle around the star. This, Shams says, is the first and final shape, the whole, the soul, the one that holds all paths without dividing them. Before fire, before scripture, before chance, there was this. Shams lifts his hand, and for a moment, nothing moves. Then the symbol begins to glow, softly at first, as if remembering itself. The light gathers at the edges, the triangles shimmer, the circle brightens. The sand cannot hold it. The star rises from the shore, drifting upward like breath leaving the earth. It climbs higher and higher, the glow deepening into gold. Shams watches without speaking. The symbol reaches the sky, and with a burst of quiet radiance, it becomes the sun, the light that now hangs above the world, warming every path it once described in the sand. Its radiance expands and expands until the beach, the waves, even the horizon dissolve into brightness. For a heartbeat, there is only light. Then the light softens. The glare fades. Air becomes still, but it is not silent. There's weight now, meaning pressing in from all sides. Thoughts echo before they're even formed. We are no longer at the beach. We stand in a vast library that stretches endlessly in all directions. There are no windows, no ceiling, only shelves and soft light. Books line the space, untouched, preserved. Letters drift faintly in the air, some bright, some dim, some unreadable. Shams walks forward like he's been here many times before. This, he says quietly, is the mental plane. His voice fits the space. Precise, gentle. Everything here is shaped by thought. Ideas form boundaries. Language becomes solid. The more something is written, the more it begins to act like truth. We walk. The ground is smooth. Each step feels like it lands not on stone, but on memory. Shams stops at a wide table. One book rests on it, the Quran. He opens it without searching, just lets it fall open. And at the top of the page, Alif, Lam, Mim. He rests his eyes on the letters. These three, he says, have puzzled scholars for centuries. They are not a sentence. They are not a name. They are presence. He looks at me. They appear at the beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah, but they did not begin in Arabia. They come from an older source, from the structure of sacred sound itself. In Kabbalah, these letters were known long before the Quran. Aleph, Lamed, Mem. Not Arabic, Hebrew. Before script, before theology. They were breath patterns. Each one held a layer of the journey. Then slowly, softly, he names them again, this time by their original names. Aleph, the first letter, but it makes no sound. In Kabbalah, Aleph is the breath before speech. It holds unity, origin, infinite potential. This is the Shams before he descended. Not a figure, not a guide, just pure presence. Aleph is what was before anything said I am. Lamed, the only letter in Hebrew that reaches above the line. It rises, it stretches. In Kabbalah, Lamed is the heart that learns. It means both to teach and to study. It is the seeker, the soul that remembers. This is the Shams entering the world, not to declare truth, but to search for it alongside those who forgot. Mem, a letter that means water, fluid, concealed, deep. There are two forms of Mem, open and closed, revealed wisdom and hidden wisdom. In Kabbalah, it is the flow beneath all form. This is the Shams walking within the world, not as a voice, but as a current. The part of God that descends quietly and becomes human enough to be forgotten. He closes the book gently. These are not just letters, they are a pattern. Aleph, source. Lamed, yearning. Mem, embodiment. This is not just the opening of a chapter. It is the map of every soul who came from light and chose to walk through form. He turns toward me. You did not come here to recite them. You came to remember them. The library is quiet, but something stirs under the stillness. A breath waiting to return. Shams walks through the shelves, steady and calm. He takes down a scroll wrapped in linen, lays it gently on the table, and opens it. The letters are in Hebrew. 4 of them seem to glow in place. Yod, Hey, Vav. Hey, he says them, slowly, letting them settle in the space. These letters aren't just part of a language. They form a pattern, a path. This is a code left behind by one of us. A Shams who remembered. He looks at me, then points to the first letter. Yod. A single point, small, but it holds everything. This is where we begin. Still light, still above form, complete but curious. Then the second. He. This is breath, the exhale, the movement that opens space and allows something to become. This is when we say yes to entering the story. Then the third. Vav. A line, a connector between above and below. This is where the Shams takes form, where we walk into time and space, fully inside the world. Then he rests on the fourth. He, again. This breath is different. It's the inhale, the return. Same letter, but now it draws back with clarity. This is the breath that remembers, the part of us that returns not to escape, but to carry what we've seen. This isn't the same as Aleph, Lamed, Mem. That was breath, seeking, and embodiment. This is a complete rhythm, a loop of presence. He pauses. This pattern has appeared before. One of us stood before it once. His name was Moses. They say he stood before a fire that didn't burn out, and he asked, "Who are you?" And the answer came, "I am that I am." Shams holds the moment quietly. But the voice didn't come from above. It came from within. Moses wasn't hearing God. He was hearing himself. He steps closer. That fire wasn't separate. It was a mirror. It showed him what he had forgotten. He pauses again. It's like standing in front of a mirror that speaks. It says, "I am," but the reflection is yours. The mirror doesn't create, it only reminds. He rests his hand beside the scroll. That same fire has appeared in many places. The Zoroastrians called it sacred. The mystics of old Persia gathered around it. The Hindus placed it at the center of their ceremonies. The flame was never the god. It was always the Shams, returning in light, waiting to be recognized. It was always a mirror. He closes the scroll gently. This name, this rhythm, this breath, wasn't meant to be recited. It was meant to be remembered. You are part of it. You came through this pattern, and now you're here to remind others of what they are. The scroll is closed. The breath of the name still lingers in the air. But now it softens, becomes lighter. The rhythm fades into something simpler. Not a word, just sound. Shams doesn't speak at first. He steps away from the table and stands in the middle of the library's open space. He closes his eyes. Then, quietly, he exhales. Hu. It's not a name, not even a chant. It's a release. This, he says, is the sound that came before language, before identity, before the stories began. It exists in every tradition that remembered breath. In Sufism, they say Hu to call what can't be seen. Not he as gender, but he as presence, the one who is. In Arabic, it's Hu. In deeper songs, it becomes Hu Wahu, the one who is, simply, still the one. In the Baha'i path, they say Ya Man Huahu, O you, who are you? No form, no image, just being recognizing being. Some heard this sound and made it sacred. Others forgot it was always with them. In Ekankar, they sing Hu as a love song to God, not to ask, not to speak, just to remember. This sound isn't owned by any path. It belongs to the breath itself. When a baby exhales for the first time, Hu. When someone sighs in awe, Hu. When you sit in silence long enough to feel your own presence, Hu. This isn't about masculine or feminine, because the other half is here too. In Arabic, hiya means she. It's not gender, it's rhythm. Hu exhales, hiya draws back in. Together they create the dance. This was the breath, before the names, before Yahweh, before Aleph Lamed Mem, before I am, before fire spoke. Then he says, in Iran, there are dervishes who still remember. They walk, turn, and chant Hu over and over, not to recite, but to return. As they turn, they breathe. And the more they breathe, the more the self dissolves, until what remains is only Hu. They're not calling out, they're calling in. They are reminding themselves, I am Hu, I am the one. Shams breathes again. This is not praise, this is participation. You're not speaking to God, you're being what God sounds like. He closes his eyes again, and then from somewhere deep inside him, full, long, and slow, he chants, Hu. The sound stretches, not loud, not quiet, just steady, like the earth itself is remembering its own breath. When it fades, the silence feels full, like the air itself is listening. Then, just barely, from somewhere deep in the space, we hear it again. The bell, faint, clean, calling nothing, but saying everything. And then the shift begins. The room is quiet again, but something has shifted. The breath has faded into stillness, and in that stillness, a new light begins to rise. Shams walks to a narrow shelf tucked into the back of the library. He opens a small black book and unfolds a thin sheet tucked inside. It's a symbol, black ink on soft paper, curved lines, mirrored shapes, and a spine of light. He lays it flat on the table and stands beside it. This, he says, is called the greatest name, not because it's loud, but because it holds everything in silence. He traces the shape with his finger slowly. The vertical line down the center. This is the path of descent and return. It's the line every shams walks, from light into form and back again. He points to the top half. Here, two mirrored curves. These are breaths. The first he, the exhale, the breath that opens the world, that brings spirit into movement. Then he points to the bottom. This is the second he, the inhale, the return breath, the same rhythm, but now with memory. He pauses. These breaths mirror each other because the journey into the world and the journey back are made from the same breath. Then he touches the line across the middle. This is the bridge, the vav, the moment between above and below. This is where the shams lives, not in the heavens, not lost in form, but right in the center. Now he points to the center curve, the one shaped like a flowing B. This is something older. This is the B, the first letter of Baha. It means glory. Not in the way people think of praise, but in the way light fills a room without asking permission. He looks at me. This is not just a sound. This is a decision. This is the part of you that said, I will walk into the world and carry the light myself. The Baha is not a title, it's a memory. It's the radiance behind the descent, the reason the breath began in the first place. Then he gestures to the two stars on either side. These are witnesses, two shemses, two breaths, two lights, past and future, holding the path steady. He steps back, hands by his sides. This symbol was never just for one religion. It's a mirror, a breath, a portal, a message that glory doesn't live above. It walks among us. He looks again at the symbol. The two he's, top and bottom, are mirrors. One exhales, the other inhales. One descends, the other returns. But they reflect each other perfectly. He gestures to the stars. These stars, too, mirrors. Light watching light. Breath watching breath. It's the same truth on both sides. I am. He pauses. This is what Moses heard in the fire. Not a new voice, his own voice, reflected. This is what Baha'u'llah meant when he said, I am the glory of God, not in arrogance, in memory. He was saying, the one who stood before the fire has now returned, and he walks among you again, in breath, in light, in form. This symbol doesn't just show the path, it shows the moment when the mirror speaks back and says, I am that I am. He places his hand gently over the paper. This is not a name, it's a remembering. Shams holds the symbol a little longer, then folds the paper gently, sets it aside, and walks to the far end of the room. There's a stillness here, not silence, but awareness. Like something sacred has already begun before we even notice. He speaks softly. Do you know what the sun is? He lifts his hand. It's not a star, it's a mirror. He steps closer. The Quran began that surah not with law, not with history, but with light. By the sun and its brightness. But this light wasn't about heat, it was about truth. Then he gestures toward a closed scroll. Baha'u'llah revealed what that surah really meant. He said the sun is the will of God made visible, and those who turn toward it glow. Those who wall themselves off don't. He walks slowly, the memory of Akka shimmering around his words. He wrote, like the sun in the sky, the shams of reality shines on all. But only the lands without walls can feel its warmth. He pauses, and he said the moon that follows the sun is the next light, the reflection, the teacher, the one who reminds. Then comes the day, the moment the world is bright enough to recognize itself. Then the night, the return to silence, When the light is hidden, so the soul can learn to seek. And when Baha'u'llah described the soul, Shams continues, he said every soul is a mirror of the sun, and it was made to be purified, so it can reflect again. He smiles gently. That's why the surah ends with, successful is the one who purifies the soul. Lost is the one who buries it. He looks at me, not to teach, but to awaken. This surah isn't about sun and moon, it's about you. It's about those who remember their own fire. Those who don't reflect what they're told, but what they already are. He closes his eyes. When Baha'u'llah called himself Shams-i-Haqiqat, the sun of reality, he wasn't claiming greatness. He was reminding those who had forgotten their own sun. Then, like a soft wind across ancient sand, he says, you are the sun, and this surah was always about your return. The bell rings again. It's quiet, clear, and familiar. As the sound moves through the space, everything begins to shift. The light changes. The colors soften. The air feels different, more open, more still. Then the space fully changes. We are standing in something that feels like a school. It isn't built like one from Earth. There are no doors, no blackboards, no books, but the structure is there. Souls are sitting in clear rows, all facing forward. The room is wide and quiet. Everything here feels focused. At the front of the room, something glows beside the teacher. It's a perfect circle, floating gently in the air. I look around at the souls sitting in the room, then turn to Shams. Who are they? I ask. He answers simply, these are the travelers, souls who came here from many different paths. Some came through chanting, some through silence, some through practice. Each one reached a moment in their path where the learning brought them here. He pauses. They are here to continue. That's why they came. The teacher begins to speak. This is a circle, they say. You've seen it before. You saw it in the symbol. You saw it in the sun. You saw it in the center of the remembering. They continue. Today, we see what this circle also means. This circle shows the loop of life, the path the soul follows again and again. Each time brings a new experience. Each experience brings more understanding. There is no mistake in this loop. Every return adds something new. Every step matters. This is how the soul becomes clear. Through learning, through growth, through remembering. When the soul reaches full awareness of what it is and why it returns, the loop completes. The circle opens. The pattern stops repeating. The soul steps beyond the cycle. The journey continues, not to repeat again, but to begin something new. The soul becomes ready to create, ready to shine, ready to hold its own world. This is why you are here. This is what the circle holds, and this is what comes after. The room stays still. The circle continues to glow. No one speaks for a while. Then a voice rises from one of the travelers. When did the circle begin? A moment later, why did the circle begin? And then, when will it finish? The teacher answers with calm clarity. I'll answer you from the end to the beginning. The circle finishes when the soul becomes complete, when the learning reaches its fullness, when awareness becomes whole. That is the moment the soul becomes God, a creator of its own world. A god and a goddess, when both are complete, come together, and in that union, something new begins. Through that love, they create a soul. This soul carries the full potential to become a god. They place the soul into the circle, a place designed for learning and preparation. This creation comes from pure love. No action, no form, just love creating love. The god and goddess wish to see a new being rise, one who reflects their light and grows into its own divine form. The soul is made to learn, to grow, to become. The circle is the path. Each life adds experience. Each return adds light. The soul builds itself step by step until it is ready. This is the meaning behind the words, Inna lillah wa inna ilayhi raji'un. We come from God and we return to God. But the return is a rising. It is the return of becoming. The soul reaches full awareness, and from that moment on, it creates. Every soul is the fruit of divine love. Each one carries the seed of a god or a goddess, and the circle is the garden where that seed grows. The room is still. The teacher has just finished explaining the origin of the soul and the purpose of the circle. The glow of the circle in front of them hasn't changed. A new voice rises from the rows of travelers. How many lifetimes does it take to complete the circle? The teacher responds calmly. There is no set number. Some complete the circle in a few lives. Others pass through hundreds, even thousands. Each soul has its own rhythm. There is no rush, no scoreboard. Every path matters. Some learn through motion, others through stillness. Some through joy, others through care. The circle continues until the soul becomes fully clear, until it is ready to shape its own world. Another voice follows, steady and thoughtful. How does a new lifetime begin? And how is it decided what we learn in that life? The teacher answers without pause. A new lifetime begins when the soul is ready for the next step. What comes next depends on what has already been learned. Each life is shaped by what remains. There is no repetition. Everything builds. The soul may forget the details, but it carries the memory. Every moment of presence adds to the whole. Each life brings the soul closer to clarity. Then another traveler speaks, a little more slowly. What happens right after we die? The teacher answers with a tone that holds the weight of knowing. When a life on earth ends, the soul moves to another level. In that place, everything becomes visible. What was learned is understood. What is left becomes clear. From there, the soul chooses. Some choose to remain and continue learning on that next level. The growth continues, but it moves slowly. The process is steady and single-threaded. Others choose to return to Earth, because Earth allows for faster growth. Life here brings variety. The soul moves through many forms, relationships, and challenges. It learns quickly. On higher levels, the soul flows in one current. On Earth, it moves through change. That contrast creates momentum. That momentum deepens awareness. That is why many choose to return. Earth allows learning to move with speed. A hand rises near the edge of the classroom. The voice is steady and clear. Teacher, earlier you said that learning happens faster on Earth. Can you explain that more? The teacher answers with calm clarity. Change on Earth moves through contrast. That's what makes it fast. On other levels, the soul flows in one kind of energy, slow, smooth, and steady. It learns through stillness and quiet reflection. But on Earth, everything shifts all the time. Light and dark, joy and sadness, gain and loss, silence and sound, union and separation. These shifts create motion, and motion creates growth. Here, the soul faces many decisions. It meets different personalities, different conditions, and many different roles. It moves through family, society, love, responsibility, challenge. Every one of those becomes a doorway. Earth allows the soul to live many lives inside one. A child, a parent, a stranger, a leader, a helper, a seeker, all in the same journey. Every shift is a mirror, and every reflection brings the soul closer to awareness. The next world, the one souls reach after a life ends, is also a place of learning. But the pace there is slower. In that space, the soul already carries some awareness. It remembers more. It holds more truth. But that awareness creates limits. The learning moves in a single current. There are fewer openings for contrast. On Earth, everything is a teacher. Every condition becomes a lesson. Even forgetting helps the soul move. That's what gives this place so much power. When a life ends, the soul moves into that higher space. There, it reviews. It sees clearly what was learned and what still needs to be understood. From there, the soul chooses whether to remain and learn slowly or to return to Earth and learn faster. Each soul that chooses to return makes that choice with full awareness. Coming to Earth is an act of courage. Every soul here made that choice. They stepped into forgetting because something inside them remembered the importance of learning. These are among the bravest souls. They chose to take on the weight of confusion so they could discover clarity again. Many do forget. They become lost in identity, in the world, in survival. But deep inside, the soul always knows. If every soul remembered why they came, why they chose to return, everything would move with intention. Everything would feel different. But even forgetting serves the path. It allows the remembering to be real. And one lifetime is never enough. The soul does not come to live one story. It returns again and again, to live many different lives, in many different forms. One lifetime might be lived as a king, another as a child with one eye, another as a farmer in ancient Persia, another as a girl in the mountains of Mongolia, a healer in one life, a lost traveler in another. Each life brings something new. Each identity opens a different view of existence. The soul cannot grow full from one angle alone. That is why it returns. To become complete, it must live fully through contrast. It must move through the full spectrum of being. This is the path. This is how the soul becomes ready. A soft voice rises from a traveler near the center. What if a soul never reaches completion? The teacher answers calmly. There are souls who move slowly. They return many times. They pass through lifetime after lifetime, sometimes repeating the same patterns. Their progress is real, but it stretches across long cycles. Some of these souls go through so many lives that they begin to forget the reason they came. They drift, they wander, they lose the thread. And then, something happens. They meet a Shams. Meeting Shams doesn't force anything, but it stirs something deep inside. It brings memory closer. The soul begins to feel again, to remember, to shift. After that, everything moves faster. The soul becomes more present, more aware. It begins to grow in a way it couldn't before. That moment of remembering, of being seen, of being reminded, becomes a turning point. And from there, the journey changes. The path becomes clearer. The circle begins to open. Throughout history, this has happened many times. There are souls who lived in darkness, driven by pride, anger, or fear. and then they crossed paths with a Shams. Shams, prophet, messenger, they are all the same, souls who return with light, to awaken those still inside the circle. One was Umar. He moved with fire in his heart, ready to destroy. But when he met the Shams known as Muhammad, something inside him broke open, and that crack became light. He never lived the same again. One was Saul, known later as Paul. He hunted the followers of Christ. He believed he was right. But when he encountered the presence of the Shams, his vision changed, literally and deeply. He carried the message forward for the rest of his life. One was Angulimala, feared across the land. They say he wore a necklace of fingers, but when he met the Buddha, he stopped walking in blood. He sat down, he listened, he transformed. These are the ones who returned many times. But in one moment of true remembering, the circle opened, and that lifetime became their last. A silence settles in the room after the last teaching. Then a traveler lifts their head and asks the question that's been building in the hearts of many. Who is Shams? The teacher answers with clarity. Shams is a soul who completed the circle. Shams passed through many lives, gathered every lesson, reached full awareness, and became God, a creator of their own world. But then, Shams chose to return. This return was not for learning, it was for love. Shams leaves everything behind, their own world, their creations, their peace, to descend into the circle once more. They come to remind. They walk among those still learning. They carry no judgment. They offer presence. They speak the truth of the soul, in words or in silence. Some Shamses are known: Buddha, Krishna, Jesus, Muhammad. Each one came not to gather, but to give. Each one stepped away from their own light to help others find theirs. Shams does not seek to stay. They come for one purpose: to guide, to remind, to bring others closer to remembering who they are. After a long pause, another voice rises in the room. If Shams returns to live among us, how do we recognize them? The teacher nods gently and answers. Shams enters the world the same way every other soul does, through birth, through forgetting. When they return to earth, they leave behind their memory. They walk through childhood, through struggle, through emotion, just like anyone else. They do not arrive glowing. They do not arrive with titles. They live as a human. But something changes. Somewhere along the path of that life, they remember. It might be slowly, it might be sudden, but the memory returns. This is part of the design. Even the Shams must walk through forgetting, because they are here to guide others who forget. And when the remembering comes, the Shams begins their mission. They do not need approval. They do not wait for permission. They begin, just like Muhammad, who lived 40 years before the memory returned. Just like Jesus, who remembered in his 20s. Like every Shams, they come to the moment of remembering, and from that point, they begin to awaken others. They do not come to be followed. They do not wish to be worshipped. They do not seek to be lifted high. They only want their message to be heard, and the message is always the same. Remember why you came here. Another traveler lifts their hand. If Shams comes to guide, do they come with miracles? The teacher pauses, then answers. Many of the stories told about Shamses are misunderstood. They are passed down as miracles, events that defy nature, that break the laws of the world. But there are no miracles. The world was not built to be broken. It was created with balance, with precision, with sacred law. Nothing in the true order creates chaos. What people call miracles are not disruptions. They are metaphors. They are teachings. Take Jesus, for example. When it said that he turned water into wine, it speaks of transformation. He met a soul that was still ordinary, still unaware, and through presence, through truth, through light, he helped that soul awaken. The water becomes wine, the ordinary becomes sacred. The one who forgot begins to remember. When it said that he raised the dead, it does not only speak of bodies, it speaks of those who were spiritually asleep, walking through life without knowing why they came. When they met Jesus, something inside opened, and that remembering brought them to life. These are not tricks. They are reflections, and it has always been this way. Moses did not part the sea by force. He stood before fear. The sea was doubt, and the way opened when faith returned. Buddha calmed fire and wild animals, because peace within changes the world without. Krishna lifted the mountain, not with muscle, but with presence. He sheltered others in love. That is the weight true strength can carry. Zoroaster held the fire in his hands. He was not burned, because what is light cannot be consumed by light. The fire saw its own image in him. These are not miracles, they are messages. They show what it means to remember. They show what happens when a soul becomes fully awake. A final question rises from the back of the room. Will I ever meet a Shams? The teacher answers, many already have and didn't know it. Some Shams come to awaken a whole generation. They arrive to shift the hearts of thousands, even millions. Like Jesus, they walk among people to stir a wave of remembering across nations and centuries. Others come for one soul, just one. Like Shams Tabrizi came for Maulana. Their connection changed everything. To meet a Shams is not always dramatic. Sometimes it's quiet. A conversation, a sentence, a gaze. They don't always appear as teachers. Sometimes they're strangers, passing through like wind. To meet a Shams is not about recognizing them. It is about feeling what they awaken inside you. Your soul knows before your eyes do. Then the teacher's voice softens. There are not one, but two Shams in this classroom. You may not see them, but they are present, and they are watching every face. The teacher turned and looked toward us, and slowly, every traveler in the room turned their heads, as if they sensed something, as if they felt it. Then we heard it again, the soft, clear bell. The sound that always comes before a shift. And just like before, everything began to change. We arrive at the top of a hill. The sky is clear and wide. The path before us stretches downward into a quiet town that sits at the base of the slope. From here, I can see rooftops and narrow streets, shapes carved into stone, soft curves built into the hills and valleys. Everything feels quiet but awake. Trees line the edges of the path, and a stream cuts through the valley to the left. Every part of the land feels like it belongs. Nothing feels accidental. Shams steps forward. His pace is unhurried, like he is walking through something he has seen before. Without turning, he speaks. Everything here means something. Nothing is random. Every shape, every creature, every curve in the land was placed with memory. Souls come here to remember. Some walk right through. Some stop and study. But every piece of this place is a lesson, left behind by someone who once remembered something important. As we walk further down the slope, a monkey appears from the trees. It does not run. It does not swing or jump. It walks with ease and settles just beside the path, resting its hands on its knees, like it knows we are not in a rush. Shams stops. He lifts his palm, and a banana forms there, clean, soft yellow. He lowers his hand slowly. The monkey steps forward and takes it. It peels it carefully and begins to eat. "A soul once came here," Shams says, "and met a monkey just like this." They did not marvel because it was new. It wasn't. They had seen one before. But something in that moment made them pause. The stillness of it, the honesty, the way it moved without guilt or fear. That soul sat down on the path and watched, and something opened. They saw the monkey not just as an animal, but as a reflection. Joy without reason, movement without shame, presence without explanation. When that soul returned toward earth, they remembered, and they built a statue, not to be followed, not to be worshipped, just to remember. But over time, after that soul left the earth, after they completed the circle and moved on, others came. The statue was still there, but they didn't remember the moment. They didn't feel what the soul felt. So they made stories. They gave the monkey powers. They gave it titles, and they began to worship what was never meant to be more than a mirror. Whole traditions were built around it. In parts of East Asia, especially in regions touched by early Buddhist and Taoist thought, statues of monkeys began to appear in temples. In some places, people believed the monkey was a spirit, a trickster, a messenger. They created myths around it. They gave it names. In some cases, they even feared it. They prayed to it, hoping for protection or favor. But all of that was built on forgetting. The statue was never the source. It was just a memory marker. The monkey finishes eating. It sets the peel on the ground beside it and sits with its legs folded, hands resting on its knees. It does not look at us. It just watches the land, like it already knows what is out there. I turn to Shams and ask, what was the real meaning? He looks at the monkey, not as a creature, but as something much older. The lesson was joy, he says. Joy that does not wait for permission. The kind that lives deep inside the soul, under all the thinking and fear. The monkey does not doubt itself. It does not try to be good or holy. It simply is. But it was not only joy. The monkey carries curiosity. It follows questions. It watches. It moves toward what feels alive. That soul who stopped here and sat with the monkey, what they saw was not just play. It was a reminder that the soul must stay awake, that it must never settle into old forms just because they are. That truth never hides in rituals that have lost their meaning. The monkey keeps moving, even when others stand still. It doesn't worship anything. It doesn't cling. It searches. It tastes. It jumps. It listens. Shams brushes his hand across the low grasses beside the path. In many places, he says, the monkey became a symbol of the mind, restless, wandering. But that was only part of it. In early Buddhist and Taoist lands, some saw it more clearly. They told stories about monkeys who protected temples, about monkeys who sought truth and outsmarted the gods. They honored the creature, not as a god, but as a signal, a reminder to keep looking, to move toward what is real. But then, as it always happens, people forgot. They kept the statue, but lost the experience. They passed down the rituals, but not the understanding. And so the monkey, which once reflected joy and truth, became something to bow to, a fixed image, a closed story. Shams looks at the monkey again. It is still sitting near the trees, not watching us now, just breathing, like the whole hill belongs to it. That soul who built the first statue didn't want anyone to bow to it. They wanted to remember what it felt like to stay alive inside. Curious, present, free. We keep walking. A monkey stays where it is. The path ahead still stretches far, but the ground already feels heavier with meaning. We leave the monkey behind. The breeze shifts as we walk, gentler, slower. It moves through the trees and over the grass like it's tracing something that was already waiting for us. Then the scent appears, warm, clean, alive. I don't need to search for it. It just arrives, familiar and full. There's no doubt, it's jasmine, the kind that finds you before you find it. It's not overpowering. It doesn't try to make a statement. It just reminds you that something beautiful is near. Shams steps toward a tree. Not massive, not glowing, just tall and quiet. Its roots stretch deep into the ground, like it belongs there, like it has always belonged there. The jasmine is stronger here. Can we stay for a little? I ask. Not because I'm tired. It just feels right. The scent, the stillness, the way the tree holds the air around it like it's holding a memory. Shams doesn't answer. He walks to the trunk and leans his back against it. Not sitting yet, just resting his weight against the bark. I join him. The ground doesn't feel hard. It's steady. The roots don't push or interrupt. They hold like open hands. I close my eyes for a moment. The jasmine hasn't gone anywhere. It surrounds us. Shams runs his hand gently along the earth beside him, resting it where the roots begin to vanish beneath the soil. I once told Jalaluddin, he says, the sacred tree is not about height or beauty. It's about stillness, patience, roots. It reminds you of the kind of growth that doesn't need to be seen. He said it quietly, like someone passing something down. I told him, the tree doesn't wander. It doesn't chase meaning. It reaches, slowly, inward and outward at once. That's why it remembers what others forget. Shams leans his head against the trunk. Here, the tree isn't just a tree. It's a returning point, a mirror. It brings you back to yourself, gently, without asking for anything. The branches above us shift once, then stillness returns. Shams speaks again, now tracing one root with his finger. A soul once came through this plain and stopped beneath a tree like this. He didn't ask for anything, he just sat. That soul was Siddhartha, later called the Buddha. He didn't name the tree, but those who came after did. They called it the Bodhi tree, the tree of awakening. He found stillness there. He remembered what was already inside him. The tree didn't give him anything. It only held the moment open long enough for him to see. That's what trees do. They hold things, and they wait. Later, someone built a shrine, not to the tree itself, but to the stillness, a marker, a place to remember. But it didn't stay that way. People forgot. They began to bow to the tree, tie things to its branches. They said it had power. But the power was never in the wood. It was in the readiness, the stillness, the silence. And the tree simply witnessed it. It happened in India. It happened in other places too. In Yoruba lands, the trees were seen as spirits with memory. In the Amazon, the ceiba tree was believed to link the heavens to the underworld. In the Celtic lands, sacred groves were places to listen, not places to speak. In Persia, people didn't climb trees to find God. They sat beneath them and they listened, because that's where remembering happens. Siddhartha didn't worship the tree. He remembered beneath it, and someone, somewhere, built a symbol to hold that memory. Not to be worshipped, just to say, right here, something true was remembered, and then the meaning drifted. The statue stayed, the stillness vanished, and people bowed to the tree, forgetting what it was pointing to. That soul didn't want to be honored. He wanted to remember. That's all any of them wanted. And the tree, it's still doing what it always did, reaching, listening, holding. We stay there a little longer. No one says anything. The jasmine is still in the air, and the ground is still holding us. We're still beneath the tree. The air hasn't changed. The jasmine is still there. The roots still hold. But the light above us has shifted just slightly, filtered now through the leaves like soft glass. The branches move less like limbs and more like memory. It's quiet in a different way. Not silence, stillness. Everything feels paused, but not waiting. That's when I see it. Not sudden, not loud, just movement, easy and slow, like it belongs here. A branch above us curves downward, and from it, a shape unwinds itself. Smooth, pale, almost bronze in the light. A snake, sliding gently around the bark. Not hiding, not hunting, just arriving. Shams looks up at it calmly. He doesn't move, doesn't speak yet. He just watches it descend. The snake continues slowly, wrapping down the curve of the trunk with no urgency. It doesn't touch the ground. It just settles there, halfway between earth and sky. Shams runs a hand across the root beside him. Some called this the tree of knowledge, he says. Others said it held temptation. That it was the place where the first soul was tested. That the snake whispered disobedience. That the fruit was forbidden. He glances at the snake now, and it pauses as if listening. But the tree never tempted anyone, he says. It just stood. The fruit was never cursed. It simply carried something new. And the serpent didn't lie. It asked a question. The air around us holds still, like the story itself is pausing to breathe. What people called the fall was the first step toward remembering. The moment the soul stopped accepting silence and reached toward something more. The snake never offered sin. It offered sight. Shams leans his back fully against the trunk. Later, the serpent was made into a warning. In books, in statues, in fear. But before that, it was a symbol of energy, of awakening, of the force that coils at the base of the soul and rises only when the soul is ready. In other lands, they called it Kundalini. In Egypt, they wore it on their foreheads as wisdom. In the Americas, it became feathered and divine. But here, on this tree, it was just what it always was. A reminder that knowing is not betrayal. It's the beginning of return. The snake still hangs there, resting in the folds of the bark, like it belongs to both worlds. Shams looks at it for a while, then speaks again. A long time ago, a soul came here and sat right where we're sitting now. She didn't come for answers. She came because she was ready. She sat in stillness. The breeze was soft, just like this. Jasmine was in the air, and from the branch above her, a serpent slowly uncoiled, just as it did now, and came down the tree beside her. She didn't run. She didn't fear it. She watched, she listened, and she learned. She saw what the tree meant. The roots, the stillness, the invitation. She saw what the serpent meant. Movement, curiosity, the pull toward knowing. She understood that the fruit on this tree was not forbidden. It was awareness, a choice. And she remembered that knowing isn't the opposite of purity. It's part of the return. When that soul returned to the earth, she carried that memory with her. But memory doesn't always travel clean. So she told it as a story, a way to hold on, a way to remember. She said there was a tree. She said there was a serpent. She said the fruit was eaten and things changed, but the story changed too. Others heard it and didn't understand. They copied it, reworded it, added warnings, removed the piece. They turned it into a caution instead of a mirror. And eventually, It made its way into books. Books people began to call holy. They said the woman sinned, that the serpent deceived, that the tree cursed, that the garden was lost. But none of that happened here. All that happened was that a soul remembered something she had once known and left behind a story to find her way back. Shams places his hand gently on the bark of the tree again. The symbols weren't the problem, he says. The forgetting was. We stay under the tree. The serpent has gone. The breeze moves gently. Nothing calls attention to itself. Everything just is. A few steps ahead, in the clearing where the grass leans with the wind, a peacock appears. It walks slowly, each step deliberate. It doesn't open its feathers. It doesn't need to. The light catches just enough color to make you notice, but not enough to distract. Shams watches it. He doesn't speak right away. The peacock pauses near the base of the hill. Then it turns, like it knows we're watching, and faces the tree, but doesn't move closer. Shams speaks quietly. That one has been remembered by many names. Some called him a fallen one. Some called him divine. Some refused to say his name at all. They called him Malik-e-Tavus, the peacock angel. But before the stories, before the titles, before the fear, he was a soul. A soul once passed through this plane, not with wings, not with dominion, just presence. He walked like this through stillness. He sat beneath a tree like ours, and he saw a peacock. And in that bird, he didn't see pride, he didn't see vanity. He saw return, the shimmer of something divine that no longer needed to be explained. The colors didn't scream, they whispered. You were once like this too. That soul remembered. And when he returned to Earth, he held on to that memory. But memory doesn't always travel clean. So he told it as a story, and the story became a symbol. He said the bird came from the light. He said the bird carried dignity without arrogance. He said the bird descended, not as punishment, but as a choice, out of care, out of love, to remind others of what they forgot. But over time, others didn't see what he saw. They gave the bird a name. They drew lines around it. They called it too bright, too strange. Some worshipped it, some feared it, some called it dangerous. But the bird never changed. Only the memory did. Shams tilts his head slightly toward the tree. That soul didn't want to be followed. He wanted others to remember. And the bird, it never asked for anything. It just stood there, like now, holding its shape, holding its silence. We both watch it. The peacock still stands in the clearing. Then, without sound, it lifts its body slightly, turns to face the light, and begins to open. Feathers rise slowly, one by one, until the full span unfolds. A circle, a fan, a halo of color, blues and greens and golds that don't shimmer to impress. They shimmer like they've always existed that way. Neither of us speaks, because it's not performing, it's remembering. The air doesn't move, the breeze waits. Shams watches with the same stillness as the bird. This, he says, is not decoration. This is design. This is what truth looks like when it forgets to be afraid. Every color in that pattern was chosen before birth. Every shape curved with intention. It doesn't open for approval. It opens because it is time. That soul, the one who met this moment long ago, saw this, and something inside him cracked open too. He remembered that beauty doesn't need permission. That radiance doesn't need a reason. He remembered that he had come from that same light, and when he returned to the world, he told the story the only way he could, through a symbol. But symbols don't protect themselves. Others turned it into myth, then doctrine, then fear. They worshipped the bird, or rejected it, or said it stood for pride, but it never did. The peacock, Shams says, is not pride. It's presence. It opens when it knows it's time, and now it's time. The feathers hold open just a moment longer, then gently fold closed again, and the silence feels brighter. Shams stands up slowly, brushing the earth from his palms. The breeze is softer now, like it's letting us pass. He looks around once more, then steps forward, toward the path that leads down to the town. Near the base of the tree, lying almost hidden in the grass, is a smooth, dark piece of wood. Worn, simple. Shams picks it up and holds it in his hand like it belongs there. We begin to walk. He turns the cane slowly in his fingers as we move. There was once a Shams who carried one of these, he says. They called him Moses. They say he opened the sea with it. They say he dropped it on the ground and it turned into a serpent. They say it swallowed the snakes of other men. But none of that was about the wood. The cane was his word, his truth, not just a message, but the weight of that message, something he could hold in front of him when the world pushed back. When they dropped their canes and they turned into snakes, that wasn't magic either. It was argument. It was ideology. It was every other voice trying to shape the world with illusions. But when Moses dropped his, it turned into something larger. Because his message wasn't built on fear or trickery. It came from alignment, from remembering. Shams stops walking for a moment, presses the end of the cane gently into the earth. That was never a battle of snakes. It was a meeting of messages. And his didn't devour the others by force. It absorbed them by clarity. The sea parting wasn't a miracle either. It was the moment when his message created space, when truth made a path where there was none, a way forward that fear couldn't see until someone walked it first. We keep walking. Shams taps the cane lightly as he walks. The cane wasn't his power, his message was. The cane was just the shape his message took, something to hold on to when the weight of truth got heavy. That's what helped him walk forward. That's what opened the sea, not the cane itself, but the strength of the message it carried. But later, people forgot that. They started telling stories about the cane, about how it looked, how long it was, how it moved. They passed down tales of the object, and somewhere along the way, they stopped talking about the message. They remembered the cane, but they forgot why it mattered. The trees thin out, and the path softens. We step into a quiet opening near the edge of a river. It's wide and steady, moving without sound. The kind of river that doesn't ask for attention. It just moves. A ring of stones sits near the shore where someone once made a fire. The black kettle is there. The well is there, but nothing has been touched. There's no fire, no water drawn. Just the river in front of us. We sit. The surface flows smooth, slow, and unbroken. The light shifts across it in long, soft lines. Shams watches it. The river has always meant transition. One side to another, one world to another. He points downstream. In Egypt, the gods were drawn crossing the river. Life to death, day to night. The journey wasn't across land, it was through water. He looks toward the middle. Jesus stood in one like this. He didn't build temples. He stood in the river and offered people a way to begin again. Not to erase their past, to wake them up. And in another corner of the world, down between what is now Iraq and Iran, there are still a few who return to the river again and again. The Mandaeans. They come to flowing water not once, but many times. The river isn't just a moment for them, it's a thread, a way to stay close to light. The current pulls forward. Nothing about it hesitates. In other places, rivers were boundaries between the seen and unseen. A veil that moved, a road that couldn't be held. They marked moments, not destinations. Shams lowers his hand to the dirt beside him. The river isn't something you conquer. You meet it. You walk into it. You feel what it wants you to leave behind. The stones stay warm. The kettle stays empty. The river doesn't pause for us. It keeps flowing, quiet, constant, alive. Shams stands and lifts the kettle. He walks toward the well without saying anything. The stones around it are dry and warm, but the space around the opening feels still. He lowers the wooden bucket and lets it sink into the dark. After a moment, he pulls it back up and pours the water into the kettle. Then he rests the bucket beside him and touches the edge of the stone rim. He looks into the well for a while before speaking. This place was always misunderstood, he says. People thought of the well as a prison or a trap. They forgot it was a passage, a space between forgetting and remembering. There was a soul who once came here before the story was ever told. They sat right here in this spot, and they listened to the silence inside the well. And when they went back to their life on earth, they told it as a story. They said there was a boy thrown into a well. They called him Joseph, and they said later he became the ruler of Egypt. But that story wasn't about the betrayal. It was about the time spent in the dark. He wasn't swallowed by a whale. He became part of the dark. He entered the deep, the unknown, the place where the soul forgets everything except what it's made of. That's what the well is. That's what the whale is. That's what the bottom of the sea has always meant. The womb, the silence, the space where nothing can distract you from who you really are. It's where awareness grows. It's where the soul gets reshaped. He looks into the stillness again. When that soul came out, he didn't just return to life. He came out with light, with knowing, with a voice that could shape the world. That's why the story ends with a crown. But the crown didn't come from power. It came from what he carried back with him from the dark. Later, people turned the story into a myth. They focused on the surface. A boy, a whale, a miracle. They forgot the meaning. They missed that the story was never about what happened on the outside. It was about what changed on the inside. The whale, the well, the silence. That was the teacher. That was the real Shams. Shams crouches near the stone ring. The fire hasn't been touched since we arrived. The wood is dry. It doesn't take much. He strikes the flint once, then again. A spark catches. The flame starts small and stays close to the kindling, then spreads into a steady glow. No smoke, just clean warmth. He places the kettle over the fire, adjusting a small iron bar that rests across the stones. Then he sits. The fire flickers, not loud, just steady. Shams watches it. This was one of the first things they carried with them, he says. When they moved across lands, they didn't carry homes or tools. They carried fire. It kept them warm, kept them fed. It reminded them they were still alive. He leans forward a little. The fire isn't just heat. It's a message. He points to the flame. This is what you came from. This is what the soul remembers. Fire wasn't about survival. It was always about return. You can't hold it, but it holds you. You can't own it, but you feel it. He stirs the edge of the flame with a stick. They said God was in the fire. They said truth came through the flame. But none of that was literal. The stories were never about smoke or light or heat. They were never about photons or elements or chemistry. They were about something else. They say Abraham was thrown into fire. They tell it as a miracle, that he walked out untouched. But the story was never about firewood. It was never about surviving heat. It was about awareness. He didn't escape the flame. He remembered what he was inside it. He didn't burn because there was nothing left to burn. He had already become the fire. He had already become the Shams. That story is a metaphor, every part of it. They weren't telling you how to survive. They were trying to show you what it means to wake up. The flame doesn't burn the one who carries it. He didn't become anything new. He just stopped resisting. He was always the source. The fire just revealed it. We sit with it a while longer. The kettle begins to hiss. The flame keeps moving. The warmth holds steady. The fire doesn't ask for anything. It just reminds. The flame stays steady under the kettle. The water inside begins to move. We hear it before we see it. A low ripple, then the soft sound of shifting. The metal begins to hum. The surface starts to vibrate. A thin trail of steam rises through the opening. No force, no sound, just a soft lift into the air. Weightless, but born of pressure. It doesn't fight. It leaves. Shams watches it rise, then glances at me. This is what change looks like, he says. Not fire, not noise. Just this. Something heavy becoming light. Something grounded becoming air. He lets the silence sit. The wood became fire. The fire became heat. The heat pushed the water, and the water let go. He leans forward, opens a small pouch, and pinches a bit of dried tea into his hand. Flowers, leaves, pieces of something once alive. Then he drops it into the kettle. It sinks for a moment, then floats and turns. The water is no longer just water, he says. It's becoming something else. Not because it tried, because it allowed. Because it let what it touched change it. He sits back down. This is the path of the soul. Not to stay clear, not to boil away, but to steep, to hold the heat, to carry the essence of everything it's touched and let it become part of what it gives. The kettle whistles once, then settles. The steam keeps rising. Shams doesn't move yet. He just watches it. You don't need to force the change. It will happen when you're ready, when you've held enough fire and stayed long enough to open. He reaches out and lifts the kettle. Let's pour. Shams lifts the kettle slowly and pours the tea into 2 small cups. The steam rises gently between us. The color is deep. The scent is soft and earthy, with something floral underneath. He hands me a cup. It's warm in my hands, solid, present. We drink. The taste is full, but not heavy. Nothing loud, just there, balanced. The way something tastes when it's been given time. Shams smiles. This is what happens when something doesn't rush, when it stays with the heat long enough to become something more. It doesn't just carry flavor, it carries memory. We drink again. He looks at his cup. This tea was once water, and before that, it was rain, and before that, a cloud, and before that, invisible. He holds the cup up slightly. Everything you're made of has already been everything else. We sit for a while longer, holding the tea, letting the warmth settle. The fire is quiet now. The tea is finished. The river keeps moving behind us, slow and steady. The air is still. Shams doesn't speak. And I speak. I'm not going back because I have to. I'm going back because of love. Because I see what they've forgotten. And I want to remind them. Not to change anything. Not to fix anything. Just to be there. Present. So they can remember. I say yes to this. This descent. I still remember who I am. I haven't lost it. I carry it all the way down. But you already complete this path. You descend. You guide Maulana. You carry the light into the world and let it shine through him. You can stay in your light. You can move on. You can form your own world, become the Shams of your own creation. But you remain. You are still here, with me, with others like me. What is it that brings you back? What keeps you here, guiding those of us who already carry the flame? Sham speaks. I don't return for duty. I don't come back because I must. I remain because someone once remains for me. I am ready to leave everything. I know all the plains. I feel the silence. I hold the fullness. And even then, someone waits. They stay. They give me only presence. I can go forward. I am allowed to. But I receive what they give. And I cannot carry that and turn away. So I remain, not to shine, to serve. You go back to remind them. I remain to remind you. And when you descend, and they see you, someone will rise because of it, and they will remember too. This is how the light continues. I don't need to build a world. I can, but my joy is here. There is stillness in helping those who are already whole remember what they are made of. You don't guide a Shams with answers. You hold the mirror gently so they see clearly again. My world is already here. Not a place I must create, but a space I offer. A field where others prepare. A fire that asks for nothing. You owe me nothing. You don't need me, but I am here. When someone like you says yes, I choose to be near that moment. You are not descending alone. I sit with the silence. I think about this step I'm taking. The descent, the flame, the warmth. I lit it. I shaped it. I chose it. And yet, as I move closer, something stirs. I speak. If I'm the one who lit the flame, why does it still feel sacred to walk toward its warmth? This isn't something I don't understand. It's something I feel. I shaped the path. I poured the light. And yet here I am, feeling the pull of what I already made. The step doesn't come from uncertainty. It comes from reverence. Even when I know everything, the moment I begin to move toward it, it opens again, like the first time. The flame I created still reaches toward me. The warmth I placed there still feels alive. I move into it, and it still meets me. Shams responds. That question has been asked before. It moved through others long before this moment. They wrote it into stillness, into breath, into the sacred. In the Upanishads, they said, Tattvamasi, that you are. There is no other. Everything that appears outside is you. And they said, Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman. You don't belong to the light. You don't chase it. You are it. You don't descend to find. You descend to feel. Again, you don't walk into the flame. You return to the shape you've always been. The journey doesn't change you. It lets you carry what you are into what you created. You are the step. You are the fire. You are the path. You are the breath walking back into itself. There is no beginning. There is no finish. There is only the movement and the remembering. The flame continues to rise, and I keep walking. I don't say anything else. There's nothing left to say. Sham stays quiet too. The fire behind us fades. We stand and begin walking. The ground is soft. Tall brass brushes our legs. The wind moves through it gently, like it's not in a hurry. We walk through an open field. In the distance, a few deer move between the trees. Wild horses pass through the grass farther off. None of them seem afraid. They glance our way, then return to what they were doing. The sun begins to lower. The sky starts changing. Less gold now, more orange. The light becomes softer, slower. It stretches across the field, reaching everything with the same stillness. This is the kind of light that makes everything quiet, even the wind. This is the time people used to stop. In many places across different lands, this was the hour to pause, to pray, to sit, to notice the light leaving. But over time, the meaning got lost. The pause became habit. The prayer turned into asking, lists of wishes, words for help, words for things. It wasn't always like that. The sunset used to be a signal, not to ask for anything, but to return inward, to sit with the dimming light and notice what was still there when the light faded. The old prayers weren't for someone in the sky. They were for the self, a way to line up with the rhythm of ending and beginning. A moment to ask, not for gifts, but for stillness. People once sat with this light to let go of the day, to turn toward the part of themselves they didn't speak to while the world was loud. But that meaning drifted. The silence got filled with words. The stillness got replaced with schedules. The sunset kept coming, but fewer people listened to it. Now, in some places, they still pray at this time, but the meaning is thin. The words are repeated, but the understanding isn't carried. It became about what to say and when to say it, not about what it meant. But the sunset hasn't changed. It still calls. It still opens something quiet. It still gives everyone a chance to look inside, not to speak to something higher, but to feel what's already here. The sun slips below the edge. The sky holds on to color for a while, then lets it go. It doesn't turn dark all at once. It fades in pieces. First the orange softens, then the blue deepens, then the edges of the trees begin to blur. We keep walking, still no rush. The air cools, but it's not cold. It feels clean, a little slower. The stars begin to show up. 1, then 3, then 10, quietly, like they've been waiting. There's no sound except the grass under our steps and the breeze moving through the open field. Far ahead, the lights of the town are faint, still distant, still resting. Above us, the sky becomes simple, wide, clear. The sun has finished. Now the night begins, and everything feels like it knows exactly what to do. The night is quiet. We've been walking for a while. The stars are steady above us. The grass is soft beneath our steps. And now, the full moon is above us, clear, bright, and still. It's not just light. It feels like it's watching. For a long time, people have looked up at this same moon and wondered. Some called it a god. Some called it a mother. Some saw it as a sign of time itself. In Mesopotamia, they called it Sin, a moon god. He measured time, guided the calendar, and kept watch over the night. In Egypt, it was Khonsu, a moon god connected to healing and traveling. In Greece, the moon was Selene, a goddess in a chariot drawn across the sky. In India, the moon is Chandra, soft, cooling, powerful. Even today, in many calendars, the new moon still marks the start of each month. Life begins again when the moon appears. People didn't worship the moon because of how it looked. They honored what it reminded them of: cycles, rhythm, return, softness, mystery. The moon doesn't speak loudly. It doesn't burn like the sun. It reflects. It receives. It stays. I ask, why do they worship it? Shams says, they don't worship the moon. They worship the feeling it gives them, the silence, the beginning. The moon doesn't shine. It reflects. It takes light from somewhere else and carries it. That's what most souls are doing. So are we the moon? I ask. At first, yes, Shams says. Every soul begins like the moon. They don't have their own light yet. They reflect what they've been shown, what they've borrowed. But after enough time, after enough learning, enough remembering, they begin to carry light from inside. And when they're full, they stop borrowing. They become suns. We walk a little more. I keep looking up. Maybe that's why the moon is there, to remind us of the sun, that even in the dark, there's still light. The moon is the memory of the sun, he says, the proof that light still exists, even when we can't see where it came from. And when a soul is far from remembering, even in the darkest part of the circle, it's still a moon. It might not know it's reflecting anything. It might feel lost, but it's still carrying light. And that's enough to begin. We stop walking. The moon stays above us, steady. Shams says, when you're on earth again, remember this. Every soul you meet is a moon. They might not be full. They might not know what they are, but they are still a moon. There's always light in them. Maybe small, maybe hidden, but it's there. And if they forget it, remind them. Not to prove anything, just to help them remember what they already are. He looks at me. You might be the only one who does. The moon is still high. The stars are wide open. I walk with Shams in silence until two horses appear ahead. One is light gray, the other dark as ink. They're not startled, not rushing, just there, waiting. We both climb on, no words exchanged. The horses begin moving, slow and steady through the night. Shams begins to speak. They say Muhammad went to the heavens in one night, that he traveled through the skies, passed through 7 levels, met the ones who came before him, stood in the presence, and returned before morning. But it didn't happen in one night. That story, the Mirage, is a reflection, a way to describe something deeper. It was the story of his becoming. Muhammad had already passed through the circle. He lived, returned, learned. Life after life, he reached the point of completion. He stepped out of the cycle. He became the god of his own world. And then he chose. He could have stayed. He could have created his own world, but he didn't. Out of love, he came back. That is what Mirage means. Not a flight through the sky, but a soul who remembered and chose to descend. Not to be praised, not to be worshipped, just to remind. But later, people changed his story. Governments, caliphates, sultans, each of them shaped it to fit their fear, their rules, their need to control. They added swords, they added systems, they added fear. They turned his name into a tool. But Muhammad was never about fear. He was about love. He spoke of stillness. He said there is no pressure in belief. He came to open hearts. He came to bring people together. What came after, what was done in his name, was politics. And not everyone forgot. The Sufis remembered. The poets remembered. Hafiz wrote with fire and sweetness. Sadi with wisdom. The mystics of Arabic and Persian and beyond, they carried his real voice. They never spoke of war. They spoke of longing, of closeness, of wine, of union. Because they knew. They knew the truth was not in the noise. It was in the love he brought and the silence he carried. They didn't follow the laws made later. They followed the light that came before them. A light that made them right. The same light you were walking toward, and that was always enough. The horses move slowly now, the path soft beneath their steps. The moon is still above us. The sky feels heavier. We ride until we reach the edge of a river. The water is still, almost like glass. There's a large tree standing beside it. We stop. An owl lands on one of the branches. I just look at it. I'm drawn in, mesmerized by its stillness, its eyes. Shams asks, "What are you looking at?" I say, "Some people say the owl brings bad luck. Others say good luck, but it was never about luck." They say these things because the owl often appears at the edge of change, and change always brings uncertainty. When something shifts, people try to name it. If it feels easy, they call it good. If it feels heavy, they call it bad. Some even say it's karma returning. But karma isn't punishment. It's not pain coming back around to even the score. It's not the universe trying to hurt you. It's a mirror. If a soul already understands something deeply and fully, it doesn't need to experience it again. But if the understanding is missing, life brings the experience. Not as a sentence, but as a teacher. That's all karma ever is. Unlived wisdom coming back to be lived. And suffering? Suffering only exists when the soul resists the learning. When a soul believes something is working against it, it suffers. But when it stops resisting, when it stops labeling life as good or bad, it starts to see everything as part of growth. That's when pain loses its sharpness. That's when difficulty turns into direction. Once a soul sees this clearly, it stops asking, "Why is this happening to me?" It starts asking, "What is this here to teach me?" And that's the shift. That's the freedom. Not freedom from challenge, not freedom from effort. It's the freedom to walk through life with peace, to meet each experience without fear, and to know, truly know, that nothing is wasted. Everything is part of your becoming. We walk. Above us, the stars are clear, still, just sitting there. Shams speaks. Look at the stars. People used to use them to travel, to know where they were, to survive. They weren't gods or stories. They were tools, that's all. But people didn't want tools. They wanted meaning. So they turned the stars into symbols, gave them names, wrote myths, built rituals, and they forgot what the stars were. They're not beings, not judges, not messengers. They're direction, their order. They formed shapes, lions, scorpions, wings, weapons. But they're just shapes. People fill them with fear or hope, and then kneel to the shapes they created. When night comes, fear rises. The light is gone. The edges disappear. There's no sense of place. So the soul reaches, outward, always outward, trying to hold on to something. That's when they look up and draw the shapes. A lion to protect them, a god to watch over them, a hunter to fight the dark. They make gods because they don't want to face what's really there, nothing. And it's not just in the sky. They do the same with people. They look for someone to follow, a leader, a robe, a voice that feels strong. They don't ask where the path leads. They just follow, because it's easier than walking alone. They gather around teachings, repeat names, kneel to symbols. Even the Shamses who came before, forgotten for the truth they carried, remembered only for their names. They chase light through others. Instead of finding the spark inside, it's the same mistake, over and over. Whether it's a lion in the sky or a preacher on a stage, it's just reaching into the dark, trying to feel safe. But the fear isn't outside. The night is within, and no shape can save you from that. Each star is a flicker of light, and that's fine. A star is light, but it's not the source. It holds a piece of the truth, just enough to guide, not enough to complete. Same with people. Some speak truth, some reflect it. A few carry a spark, but they are not the truth itself. They are not the shams. Still, people gather pieces, a phrase that feels wise, a robe that looks holy, a ritual that brings calm. They tie it all together, and they worship the shape they made. A few stars flicker, and they draw a god, a warrior, a guardian. Then they bow to the image they created. But the image isn't real. The meaning isn't there. The shape is built from fear, not from truth. The real light doesn't sit in the sky. It doesn't need a name. It doesn't need followers. The truth doesn't come from pieces. It comes from the shams. And the shams doesn't need to be worshipped. But the lost soul, afraid of the night, will take any flicker and call it salvation. That's where the delusion begins. And that's why they stay in the dark, surrounded by shapes that were never meant to be gods. We keep walking. The sky hasn't changed, but the air feels lighter. The stars fade slowly. The shapes begin to blur. The lion, the hunter, the god, they all lose their edges. The sky grows pale, and something stirs behind it. I walk beside Shams, and in the silence, we both look toward the east. That's when the morning star appears. It is not the sun. It is not the light. But it is something. A signal. A flicker at the edge of the night. The morning star is not a person. Not a god. Not a savior. The morning star is the soul. That soul, still shaped by fear, still carrying shadows, but beginning to shine, rising at the edge of forgetting and remembering. Not the truth, but longing for it. It is born from the same place as the old shapes, from fear, from hunger, from the need to make meaning in the dark. But unlike the shapes, it does not pretend. It does not seek worship. It does not demand. It begins to glow quietly. It points inward. That is why people confuse it. Some call it Lucifer. Some call it Jesus, because it holds both, delusion and light, doubt and fire. It carries the tension of both worlds, but it is not Shams. Shams is the sun, the full light, the end of stories, the return to source. The morning star is what comes before, the soul that begins to stir, begins to reach. It remembers just enough to wonder. That is why so many traditions call for silence at that hour. That is why prayer rises just before the sun, not because of the sky, but because the soul at that time reflects it. That flicker in the dark, it is the soul itself, still between worlds, still holding stories, but reaching. The morning star is not the answer. It is the moment the question is finally asked. And if the soul keeps going, not outward, but inward, it will find the sun. It will meet Shams. And in meeting Shams, it either becomes the light or dissolves in it. We're still riding. The sky hasn't turned yet, but the stars are slowly fading. The earth is quiet, and the road keeps moving beneath us without effort. The air begins to change. It doesn't come all at once. It settles. A kind of cold that arrives not with a gust, but with a stillness. It finds its way into the chest, into the space behind the breath, into the places the mind usually keeps busy. It isn't cruel, and it isn't sudden, but it's honest, and it asks to be felt. Shams says the cold of the morning is always the last to come and the last to leave, and that it carries meaning. He says it is not just cold, it is the final test before the warmth returns. Not a punishment, not a warning, but a quiet gate that appears just before the sun. He says it's the place the soul crosses through when it no longer depends on comfort, and the world offers nothing but stillness. Then it is the moment of strength, not to fight, but to remain. A test of dedication, not to push forward, but to stay present. A test of patience, not measured by time, but by whether the soul can keep its heart open, even when it feels nothing at all. He says the cold is where remembering begins, not because something arrives, but because nothing is left to distract you from what has always been there. He pats the side of his horse and says, "This one is named Lampus." He says the other horse, the one I'm riding, is named Phaethon. Just two horses, nothing special about them, but he says he remembers riding them before. He says there was another Shams, long ago, and she rode through this same cold, on this same path, before the light returned. He says he was with her, the same way he is with me now. And she had chosen to descend, and this was the place she crossed through. This road, this silence, these two horses, this breath before remembering. He says she was a goddess, not the kind made from myth or story, not the kind remembered with statues or names, but a real soul, a Shams. And when she returned, she told them what it was like. She told them what it meant to sit in this space, what it felt like to cross through the cold, what it meant to ride with no destination, only direction. She gave them the truth of the moment, not as a story, but as a memory. He says they listened, and they passed it down, but slowly they began to forget. They kept the story, but lost the meaning. They said a goddess rode a chariot before the sun, that she pulled the light behind her, that she was divine. They remembered the shape, but not the silence. They remembered the names, but not the breath between them. They turned it into mythology. He says what she gave them was not a legend. It was this road, this cold, this sky that hasn't turned yet, this moment between forgetting and remembering. And now we are standing at the same present she once stood in. The sun begins to rise. Shams says people used to worship this moment. Still do. In Egypt, they had Ra, the sun god. Every sunrise was his return, a sign that the world had been put back in order. Priests would face the east with incense and recite hymns to welcome him. The Incas had Inti. At dawn, during the festival of Inti Raymi, they waited in silence for the first light. As soon as it came, they lifted their arms and offered thanks to the sky. In Hinduism, people practiced Surya Namaskar, sun salutations, offering movement and breath directly to the rising sun. In Japan, some Shinto traditions honored the sun goddess Amaterasu, with early morning prayers timed for her emergence in the sky. Across cultures, across time, People have felt something in the sunrise, but most didn't know how to follow it. So they built rituals around it. They named the sun the source. They turned the feeling into a figure. It's easier to worship a sign than to walk the path it points to. But the sun was never the god. The sun is the mirror. They remembered something real, but they wrapped it in symbols. They bowed to the sky, but forgot to return to themselves. The sunrise doesn't bring light to the soul. The soul returns to the truth. We arrive at the edge of the town. The land is quiet. The walls around the town are tall and smooth, painted white with areas of pale blue. They don't look defensive. There are no weapons, no guards. The walls are not meant to protect. They are there to mark a boundary between what is outside and what is inside. The space we stand in now is still part of the path. Inside those walls is something else. At the front stands a wide, tall gate. It's painted white. There are no handles, no locks, no chains. It's not closed in the usual way. It just stands there, as if waiting. At the center of the gate is a large carved symbol, a circle split by a flowing curve. One side is dark, with a small drop of light inside. The other is light, with a small drop of dark inside. The symbol is known as the yin-yang. Shams begins to speak. According to Taoism, this symbol represents the balance of opposites. The dark side is yin, associated with stillness, cold, the feminine, and the internal. The light side is yang, associated with movement, heat, the masculine, and the external. Taoist teaching says the world moves through cycles between these two forces. Each side contains a piece of the other. They believe peace is found through acceptance of this natural movement. This is what Taoism teaches, but the real meaning is different. This circle represents the cycle of life, not just one life, but many. The soul returns to earth again and again, in different bodies, different places, different moments. Each return brings new experience. The soul grows through contrast, pressure, and time. The dark side of the circle is life on earth, living inside the body, forgetting, struggling, and learning. The light side is what happens after death, when the soul remembers the truth and sees things clearly again. But even that clarity is still inside the cycle. Inside the dark is a small point of light. That's the moment when, during a life, the soul remembers, just for a second. A dream, a silence, a sudden clarity. Inside the light is a small point of darkness. That's the moment when, even after remembering, the soul chooses to return. The urge to come back and keep growing is still there. The cycle repeats, not because the soul is trapped, but because it keeps choosing. Until one day, the soul becomes aware while still inside the circle. Not after death, but while living. That's when the pattern ends. That's when the gate opens. That's when the soul enters the town, not a place made of buildings, but the place of memory, truth, and full awareness of what it has always been. The gate opens. There's no sound, no movement from anyone. It just opens because it's meant to, and we walk through. Inside, the town is calm. The ground is smooth stone. The buildings are clean with soft edges and high windows. The walls are white and pale blue. Everything is clear and quiet. The space feels organized. Every part of it seems to belong. In the center of the town is a wide open area. There's a large fountain in the middle. Around it are benches. There are people sitting, some watching the water, some talking, some alone. To the right is a small tea house. We sit at one of the tables outside. There are 2 cups of tea already on the table. They are warm. It feels like they've been placed there just for us. Sham says, This is the place where many people come. Some reach it through meditation, others come through prayer or certain rituals. They don't all arrive the same way, but they come here to remember. The symbols you see around this town, people study them here. They look at them, understand their meaning, and carry that meaning back with them. When some return to Earth, they take the memory of these symbols and build them there. They carve them, they wear them, not to worship, to remember. Shams gestures toward the fountain. Around its base, there are small statues, children with wings, pouring water from pitchers. There are also lion-like creatures with wings. Some smaller figures are crouched low, with winged backs and beast-like features. Some are light, some are dark. All have wings. Shams says, any being with wings means the same thing. It means the soul came down from another world to begin another life on Earth. But the shape of the creature shows what that soul was carrying when it returned. A child with wings means a soul that came back in purity. It didn't return because of a strong desire or a need to fix something. It came back because it was open, ready to learn, to explore, to experience what it didn't know. These souls are simple at first, curious, sensitive. But once they return to Earth, they forget. And they learn through trial, pain, and repetition. Most people start this way. A lion with wings means a soul that returned with pride, not arrogance, but the belief that it knew something, had strength, had a role to play. These souls often come back with fire, leadership, strong will. But the pride can block them. When they forget, they don't just forget the truth, they also forget their limits. They try to lead before they're ready. Some rise, some fall. The pride either burns away or it burns them. The demon-like ones, crouched with tense wings and strong bodies, mean something else. These are the souls who returned with regret. They saw what they had done before. They saw what they missed, and they came back to repair. But the weight is too much. Once they forget, all they feel is heaviness. They don't remember what they saw, only the shadow of it. They carry guilt without a name. These souls need time. They often stay quiet. They need to be treated gently. Healing takes longer, but none of these forms stay the same. Because once they return to Earth, they all forget. The child forgets its openness. The lion forgets its pride. The demon forgets its wound. But even after forgetting, the traces remain. The pureness becomes sensitivity. The pride becomes ambition. The regret becomes fear or self-blame. And through their life, these qualities show again, shaped by new experience. They rise in different forms, sometimes in dreams, sometimes in silence, sometimes in pain. And each person tries, whether they know it or not, to grow through what they came with, to heal it, to live it, to remember it again. We leave the tea house and walk through one of the wider paths of the town. The air feels lighter here, like it's been thinned by prayer. A little ahead, a small group sits around a low circular bench. They don't look alike. One wears the robe of a monk. Another has white garments and a string of prayer beads. One has a dark turban, another a long woven scarf. Each carries the trace of a different world. They aren't speaking loudly. Some hum softly. Some whisper phrases under their breath. One counts with his fingers. Another holds a closed book on his lap, as if listening to the silence between the words. Shams says, "You'll see more like them. Some came through prayer, some through fasting, some through breath, through music, through silence. The path doesn't matter, only the sincerity of the call. For them, only a second has passed on Earth. 1 or 2 at most. Yet here, they've sat for hours, our time, not theirs. They listen, they learn, and when they return, they forget. But not completely. Something stays, a gentler breath, a quieter mind, a peace they cannot explain. We walk closer. 7 of them sit in a loose circle. Their faces are calm, their bodies still. One sways gently with closed eyes. Another whispers a chant that fades into the air. A few sit open-eyed, silent, unmoving. They cannot see us. Shams says quietly, "They are here, yet unaware of us." Some arrived through a dream, some through ritual, some without intention. When they return to the earth, they will forget, but the stillness will not forget them. They sit in a circle. No one speaks at first. Only the sound of breathing, steady and shared. Then a voice breaks the stillness. "Can I ask, how did you all come here?" Silence stretches for a few heartbeats. Then a woman answers. "My name is Anna," she says softly. "I was reading, a book I've read before, but this time, something behind the words opened like a door, and then I was here." Another voice follows, calm and deep. "I'm Dawood. I was in a conversation, just talking, nothing sacred, nothing planned. Then something shifted, like the world blinked, and suddenly I was sitting here." Across from him, a woman speaks with her eyes half closed. "My name is Layla. I was chanting, the same rhythm I've known for years, but this time it carried me somewhere else. I didn't try to come, I just arrived." A man sitting beside her nods slowly. "I'm Joseph. I was praying. I wasn't asking for anything. Then the walls of the room faded, and I was here." Another man speaks, his hands resting on his knees. "My name is Elias. I was playing music, late at night, no thought, no purpose, just sound. Then it felt like the notes lifted me, and I was here." The next voice is quiet, but sure. "I'm Nanda. I've come here many times, through meditation. Not always, but when I'm still enough, the way opens. I never remember it completely, but the feeling stays." For a moment, no one else speaks. Then a rough, trembling voice rises from the edge of the circle. "My name is Rahim. I'm in prison. I wasn't meditating or praying. I was just sitting, thinking. I thought that was all my life would be, 4 walls and time. But then I was here. Maybe I'm not trapped after all. Maybe only my body is. If I can come here once, maybe I can come again." Someone asks, "Will we remember any of this?" Nanda says, "Not most of it, but something will stay. The feeling, a shift inside." Another asks, "What happens when we go back?" Nanda says, "You'll return in an instant. You'll open your eyes and find yourself exactly where you were, but your body will feel it first, a wave moving through your chest, a breath that feels larger than before, a chill or warmth that runs across your skin like goosebumps. That moment, that's how you'll know. You were just here." Nanda says, "And then you'll realize, whatever you were in, even the self you thought you were, even the world around you, it starts to feel like a prison too. Not because it's wrong, but because it's limited. You'll want to come back here, not to escape, but to remember, to learn, to be still. And when you go back, you'll carry it with you. You'll become more patient, more kind, more aware of what actually matters. Not because anyone told you to, but because now you've seen something true." Rahim says, "So we're in another world right now?" Nanda says, "No, you're not in another world. You're within yourself. That's what I learned through the path I followed. In Buddhism, they say, peace comes from within, do not seek it without. I've spent most of my life trying to sit with silence, not to escape the world, but to see what was beneath it. And this is what I found. Not a place far away, not a heaven, not a dream, just the stillest part of myself, open, waiting, and always here. Sham says, you saw them. Each of them arrived here through something different. Prayer, conversation, reading, silence. But none of those things matter by themselves. It's not the ritual. It's not the chant. It's not the meditation. It's the pull underneath it. Some of them weren't even trying. They were just talking, just thinking. But the reason they arrived isn't because of what they were doing in that moment. It's because of the intention that's lived inside them for a long time. Sometimes for lives. The thirst to know, to understand, to return. And then in one quiet second, that hunger aligned with a breath or a word or a silence, and they were here. That's why so many people go back to the same ritual that worked once. The same prayer, the same technique, because that's where they felt it. That's when it opened. And so they try again, hoping it will happen again. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. Because it's not about the act. It's about the remembering inside it. If you chant without hunger, nothing happens. If you meditate without openness, nothing moves. But sometimes you're walking by a lake, or standing in your kitchen, or halfway through a sentence, and suddenly the goosebumps come. You were just here. You had returned and didn't know it, until your body told you. It's not the practice that opens the way. It's the truth already waiting inside you. There was a man once. He was dancing around a fire. No system, no tradition, just movement. Something broke open in him as he danced, not because of the fire, not because of the rhythm, but because in that moment, his soul reached for something real, and he came here. When he returned, he didn't know how it had happened, so he danced again, around the same fire, hoping to feel it again. And sometimes he did. Others saw him. They joined. It became a practice, a ritual, a tradition passed down. Now people dance around fires and ceremonies. They call it sacred, but most don't know why. Because it was never about the fire, never about the movement. It was about the thing that happened underneath it. That's how most rituals are born. Someone reached the truth once, and then tried to return through the shape instead of the source. But the shape is never the gate. The pull is. We're still sitting by the fountain. The group has finished speaking. No one says anything now. There's just stillness. Then a soft sound. From above, a group of doves lands near the fountain. They don't fly in fast. They descend like they already belong here. Some are pure white. Others have light gray, soft brown, or pale rose in their wings. They gather on the edge of the fountain, calm. No movement except a few small steps. No sound except water. We watch them. Sham says that's why they became a symbol of peace. Not because someone decided it, but because people saw them and remembered. They reminded the soul of this place. A place with no conflict, no nations, no religions, no language, no pride, no borders. Just one current moving through every soul. A quiet unity. Here, everyone exists without resistance. Truth has no opponent. Nothing divides. That's why humans on Earth feel something when they see doves, especially flying together. Their minds don't understand it, but their soul does. They've seen this before. Doves flying together don't mean beauty. They mean unity, movement without struggle, harmony without needing control. And that unity is what humans came from. As Baha'u'llah said, humanity is the fruits of one tree and the leaves of one branch. That's not just a sentence. That's memory. The soul knows it, even when the world forgets. Peace begins when the soul returns to its original shape. And that shape isn't nationality or belief or culture. It is stillness. It is remembering. It is the recognition that every soul was made from the same light, carrying the same hunger to return. In a place like this, where separation has no meaning and nothing must be earned, the soul simply becomes what it always was. And what it always was is peace. Peace that holds without explanation. Peace that doesn't compete or measure. Peace that reminds the soul of where it came from. That's what the soul remembers here. That's what the doves carry. Not a message, just a reminder. We're still sitting by the fountain. The others are quiet. Nanda turns to Rahim and says, "There's something I want you to see." Rahim doesn't say anything. Nanda says, "Follow me." Rahim stands and walks with him. They don't see us. Me and Shams stay seated. We watch. Shams says, "Let's follow them." We stand and begin walking behind them. They walk through narrow, quiet streets. We follow at a distance. A building rises ahead. Tall, smooth stone. No windows. The walls curve slightly inward near the top. No markings, no glow. But the air changes as we approach. They enter. We follow them inside. The space is wide and open. The light inside is even. There's no source for it. The floor is silent. The walls don't echo. Mirrors float through the room. Some tall, some wide, some bent like waves. They don't reflect what's around them. They don't reflect anything. Nanda stops walking. He says, "This is the hall of memory." He turns to Rahim. "Stand in front of this one." Rahim steps forward. Nanda stays back. Me and Shams don't move. Rahim stands still in front of the mirror. Whatever he sees, only he knows. He keeps watching. The mirror doesn't change. It just holds the moment. Then Rahim smiles. It's quiet, subtle, like something has landed. He doesn't say anything. He steps back. He turns and walks away from the mirror. Nanda follows behind him. We remain where we are. I turn to Shams and ask, "What did he see?" Shams says, "This mirror doesn't show the past like a memory. It doesn't show lifetimes the way people imagine them. It shows the roots, the patterns that were carried, the wounds that were never seen, the beliefs, the fears, the turning points, all of it carried from one life to the next. Most souls don't remember the details, but the root travels with them. It shows up in their reactions, their anger, their sadness, their distance from peace. And sometimes, when a soul stands in front of this mirror, it doesn't see images. It sees what has been guiding it without its knowing. That's what Rahim saw, not what happened, but what stayed. And once you see what stayed, you can begin to let it go. I ask, why don't more people come here? Why don't they just come and look at the root of their unrest and learn from it? Shams says, because they're distracted by noise, by the weight of what they think they have to be. The world has wrapped their soul in so many layers, they forget this place even exists. Some believe they have to earn it, that peace has to be paid for with suffering. But it doesn't. You can arrive here through a moment of silence, through stillness, through nothing but presence. And sometimes, when the soul is quiet enough, just for a second, it's brought here without asking. In a pause, a breath, a turning. But if someone wants to come here with intention, they may need something to help quiet the world. That's why they chant. That's why they pray. That's why they meditate. Not because those acts open the way, but because they open the person. It's never the sound that brings you here. It's the stillness behind it. The chant is a path, but the silence is the gate. We stay inside the hall. The mirrors are behind us now. Me and Shams begin walking along the inner wall. The space is still, but something in it feels alive. Carvings begin to appear across the stone. I stop at one. A short verse is etched into the wall. As you live deeper in the heart, the mirror gets clearer and clearer. I read it slowly. Shams says, "A soul came here long ago. They stood in front of the mirror, in this hall. They saw something they couldn't explain, but the feeling stayed. When they returned to Earth, they didn't remember the shape of the room or the words spoken here, but they remembered the clarity. They wrote this verse as a way to hold on to that moment, not to teach, to remind. We walk further down the wall. Another symbol appears. An eye. Simple, open, focused. Shams says this is one of the first symbols souls carry back with them. On Earth, it's been given many names. The third eye, the all-seeing eye, the eye of God. But they all come from here, from this hall, from this mirror. The moment someone stands in front of it and truly sees, the root, the truth, the reason, they carry that seeing back with them. And even if they forget where it happened, the mark remains. They carve the eye. They wear it. They place it above doors, inside temples, around their neck. They say it brings wisdom or vision or protection. But it all came from this one thing, seeing the truth inside themselves. That's also why, when someone on Earth finally understands something deeply, they don't say, "I understand now." They say, "I see it now." It's not just a phrase, it's a trace. Their soul is remembering the moment they saw it here, long before the words ever formed. The eye doesn't watch, the eye recognizes. We're walking through the quiet corridor, leaving the wall of echoes behind. Then I hear it. A flute. Soft, slow, rising like breath. I stop. I say to Shams, "We've heard this before." He nods. Then says, "Do you want to know where that sound was born?" I say, "Yes." We walk together. The corridor fades. There is no door. Just a change. One step, and we're somewhere else. We're on the edge of a vast ocean. The sky is clear. The horizon goes on forever. The land beneath our feet is smooth white stone, warm and grounded, like it's been waiting a long time. The ocean stretches wide beside us, open, still. The flute continues. And as the sound rises, the water begins to shift. It turns darker, deeper. Blue folds into deeper blue. The surface shimmers, not from light, but from sound. The more I listen, the more I hear something else inside it, something beneath it. Om, not chanted, not pronounced, just there, inside the breath, inside the tone. It doesn't rise or fall. It holds. It's not calling anything. It's remembering. And the ocean responds. Each time the flute breathes, the Om, inside it deepens, and the water answers. Even the space behind me feels like it's vibrating now, not from sound, but from recognition. I turn to Shams. I say, "There's something inside the flute." He nods again. Om. he says. Then he continues. That sound has been remembered in many ways. Some chant it, some write it, some breathe it without knowing. But this is where it came from. It's not just a word. It's not just a tone. It's the breath of existence itself. The beginning, the middle, and the return. Some say it's the inhale. Some say the exhale. It's both. The moment before sound and the sound behind all things. It isn't spoken to summon anything. It's spoken to align with what already is. That's why when the flute plays, Om is inside it. Not hidden, just quiet. Because existence doesn't shout, it hums. Om is the sound before anything is shaped, before letters, before names, before breath becomes a syllable. It begins in the throat. You can feel it before you can form it. It's not a word, it's what sound is before it becomes a word. When the mouth stays open, when the tongue hasn't moved, when no choice has been made yet, Om is already there. It's the origin, and every word that comes after is a shape cut from that vibration. The tone changes, the mouth closes, the tongue shifts, and that's how language is born. That's how sentences are made. That's how stories form. That's how identity begins. But it all comes from here, from this. Om is the first shape of the unshaped. It doesn't carry meaning. It carries everything that meaning comes from. In many traditions, creation begins with the word. In the Bible, it says, "Let there be." In the Quran, it says, "Be." Other paths speak of the divine voice, or the command, or the first utterance of God. But what came before the word? The sound. Om. Om comes from the throat, before the mouth decides what to say, before there's a name, before there's a sentence. Om is the breath of being. It's not shaped into meaning. It's the essence of everything meaning comes from. The word creates form, but Om creates the space that form rises in. That's why it carries power, not because it's magic, but because it remembers the moment before anything had to be defined. And when the soul hears it clearly, it remembers too. Om is the sound of the soul at the moment it enters earth. Before it becomes a name, before it speaks a language, before it takes on a religion, a race, a gender, or a story, before it belongs to any tribe or idea, before it carries pride, fear, or separation. Om is what the soul sounds like when it's still whole, still free. It begins in the throat, pure, round, open, and from that tone come all the others. The letters, the words, the sentences, the beliefs, the personality, the history, the person. But before any of that is chosen, Om is already there. That's why it's not a chant. It's a remembering. When someone hears it deeply, they don't just hear sound. They feel their own original shape. And they know, even if only for a second, this is what I was before I became someone. The flute plays on, but it doesn't lead anywhere now. It's not calling me forward. It's just holding. The ocean breathes. The sound continues. Nothing else needs to rise. I don't ask Shams another question, and he doesn't speak again. We just stand there, listening. Not to learn, not to remember, just to let everything that was remembered stay. The water glows deeper. The sound is still inside it, and inside me too. Me and Shams walk back through the same door. No words between us. The door opens. We're back in the city center. The fountain is there, just as we left it. The water moves gently. The streets are quiet, but someone is there. An older man sits alone at one of the tea shop tables near the fountain. He's calm, drinking tea. No one else is around him. He looks peaceful, like he's been waiting here a long time. I slow down and ask Shams, "Who is that?" Shams says, "That's Abdul Baha, Abbas." The man sees us now. He stands and walks over. His steps are slow, steady. He smiles as he approaches and says, "Abha." Then, gently, "You decided to come back." He reaches out his hand. I take it. There's warmth in it, but more than that, a kind of quiet love that doesn't need to prove itself. It's already there. I look into his eyes, and I see it clearly. He doesn't ask questions. He just says, "Come." We walk together. Me, Shams, Abdul Baha. He leads us through a narrow street, past white walls and silent stone. Ahead of us stands a large building. Simple, still. We walk through the doors. Inside is a vast library. We step through the doors. The light shifts. It's warm, golden, gentle. We're inside a massive library. Not quiet the way libraries on Earth are quiet. It feels alive, but still. The ceilings rise high above us, curved like arches that hold no weight. Shelves reach farther than the eye can follow, layered and spiraling upward, downward, and outward into soft halls. Books of every kind fill the space, some bound in paper, others in leather, some stacked in boxes, some wrapped in fabrics. Scrolls sit in open trays. Wooden cabinets hold tablets. Long tables with no chairs are covered in open pages, diagrams, drawings, maps of thoughts. I walk slowly. Then I hear his voice. Abdul Baha stands beside one of the long wooden shelves, his hand resting lightly on a book. This is where belief lives, where stories take form, where ideologies breathe, where religion is born. He walks forward slowly. Everything the soul has ever thought about meaning, about truth, about its own nature can be found here. We begin walking through the shelves, not in a hurry. The air here doesn't want to be rushed. Shams walks beside me. Abdul Baha is ahead, moving slowly with one hand tracing the edge of a long row of books. He stops near a corner shelf. He points towards something wrapped in dark cloth, resting on an angled stand. I walk closer. It's not a book. It's a scroll, worn and older than any material I've ever touched. I look at Shams. He nods once. I unwrap it carefully. The ink is faded but still breathing. No recognizable language, just symbols. Shams says it was one of the first. Abdul Baha adds that it came before formal religion, before scripture. It was written when the soul still remembered the sky. I don't understand the symbols, but something in me does. They don't explain, they remind. I hold the scroll gently, and I feel like it's holding me. Abdul Baha walks beside us through the shelves again. Then he stops, turns slightly, and speaks. All of these writings, scrolls, stories, they come from the same place. In the beginning, every religion came to teach the same truth. Not different truths, the same one. But over time, people forgot the root. They held on to the outside, the customs, the ceremonies, the words, not the meaning. That's when religions started to fight. Not because their truth was different, but because their habits were. If you clear away the layers, what you'll find at the center of every path is the same light. Truth is one. The rest is decoration. We follow him toward a wide wooden desk near the center of the library. It's not polished, it's worn, covered in scrolls, open books, notes, and quiet objects that seem to hold thought without words. Abdul Baha walks around to the far side and sits. He doesn't adjust anything. He's already in place. Me and Shams sit across from him, He places his hand on a book near the center of the table and opens it gently. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Then he closes the book and speaks. This is not about reward. It's not about obedience. It's about clarity. When the heart is pure, it means free from judgment, from imitation, from fear, from self-interest. Then it becomes still enough to reflect. To see God means to see the truth of your being, the self before identity, the self that was before the world gave you a name. To be pure in heart is not to be sinless. It is to be empty of noise. It is to be honest with yourself. When the soul reaches that stillness, it doesn't see a throne or a figure. It sees itself. When the message of Christ appeared, it was like the sun rising over a tired world. He didn't come to create another religion. He came to wake people up to what they already were. This book was not written by Christ. These are the words that remained from those who walked near him. And even through the layers, through all the retellings and edits, the light still shines. He opens the book again. The kingdom of God is within you. This is the core. He wasn't pointing to heaven above. He was pointing inward. He was saying, you carry it already. The love, the light, the freedom, all of it. Jesus didn't teach identity. He taught essence. He didn't come to build power. He came to break illusion. And yet, over time, the message became a structure. The structure became a system. And the system became something to defend. But Christ never defended anything. He gave. He forgave. He let go. Even on the cross, he held no anger. Christianity was meant to be a door, but too often it became a wall. There's something else we must talk about. He opens the book again. For all have sinned and fall short of the glory. This word, sin, it was never meant to be a chain. It was meant to be a mirror. In the early days, sin meant missing the mark, like an arrow that doesn't hit the center. It didn't mean evil. It meant lost. But over time, they made it heavy. They made it personal. They made it shameful. There is no such thing as sin in the way people fear it. There is forgetting. There is confusion. There is acting out of hurt or blindness. But the soul itself cannot be stained. You don't carry sin. You carry wounds. You carry echoes of choices. And you carry the chance to return. Jesus didn't condemn. He healed. He didn't say, you are bad. He said, go and be whole again. Sin is just a word for forgetting who you are, and all healing is just remembering. You see, after sin came the idea of salvation. People were told they were broken, then offered a way to be fixed. But Jesus never said you were broken. He didn't come to rescue the damned. He came to remind the forgotten. He opens the book one more time. I am the way, the truth, and the life. He was saying, follow what I am seeing. Walk how I am walking. Not because I'm above you, but because I'm showing you what you already are. Salvation is not being saved from hell. It is waking up from illusion. Religion made it sound like a bargain, a transaction. Say these words, believe this doctrine, and you'll be saved. But salvation is not earned, and it's not given. It's realized. The soul doesn't need to be rescued. It needs to be remembered. I turn toward Abdu'l-Baha and ask, if all religions came from the same truth, and all the Shams were sent to teach love and clarity, then why are there different religions? Why not just return to one teaching and stay there? Why do we need more messengers, more paths, more books? He listens, then says, that is a very important question. He places his hand over a closed book and begins. Imagine the world as a single body. Humanity is that body, one living organism made up of many parts. And like any body, it sometimes falls out of balance. It gets sick. It suffers. It forgets how to heal itself. Now think of religion as a kind of pharmacy. Each messenger who came to the world, each shams, brought a specific medicine, a teaching, a truth designed to treat the particular illness of the world at that time. Some eras were filled with fear, so they brought courage. Some were lost in cruelty, so they taught compassion. Some had forgotten their dignity, so they reminded them they were light. But like medicine, these teachings had a time. And here is where the trouble begins. When the world changes, but people keep reaching for expired bottles. Instead of healing, it becomes poison. Instead of lifting the soul, it becomes law. It becomes guilt. It becomes weight. That's why there must always be new guidance. Not because the truth has changed, but because the world has. Every true shams comes to give the right medicine for the time. The mistake is not in having many shams. The mistake is worshiping the bottle, not what was once inside. When medicine expires, you don't curse the pharmacy. You just return for what's new, and you trust that the healing is still coming. I pause, then ask another question. But if the message itself is timeless, if dignity, compassion, and truth are eternal, then why does another shams need to come and say the same thing again? Abdul-Baha nods slowly. You are right, he says. The truth never expires, but what people do with it does. The message of love does not change, but when people take that message and twist it into law or status or fear, then it becomes something else. They use the truth to control, to divide, to gain power, to become holy above others. And so, even though the words are still there, the spirit behind them is lost. Imagine a cup of clear water, he says. Now imagine someone pours ink into it. The water is still there, but you can't drink it. And so a new shams comes, not to replace the truth, but to clear the ink, to reveal what was already true. They do not cancel the old. They remove what was added. The poison was never in the message. The poison was in the way it was used. He stands from the table. He walks over to one of the side shelves, lower, older, filled with darker scrolls and clay tablets. He picks one gently from the stack, unrolls part of it, and lays it open. There was a time before books, before prophets had names, when people still looked to the sky and fire for truth. They carved their prayers into stone, not for others to read, but to remind themselves what mattered. These early paths, what you would call the ancient religions, were the first medicines, rough, earthbound, but sincere. He reads, "We offer to the fire not because it is the god, but because it never lies." This was from an old Zoroastrian text. The fire represented clarity, light, purification. It was not worshipped, it was honored. But over time, even this became systemized. They turned the rituals into walls. The fire became a gatekeeper. Only priests could light it. Only some were worthy to stand near. He picks up another scroll. This one, he says, is from the teachings of Zoroaster. He unrolls it slightly and reads aloud, "Good thoughts, good words, good deeds." That was it. That was the whole foundation. It wasn't a system. It wasn't complicated. It was a mirror. Zoroaster came at a time when people had grown cruel, fearful, and dishonest. He came to teach them to align their thoughts, their speech, and their actions with truth. But over time, it changed. The priests wanted control. The kings wanted obedience. And so these three simple laws were rewritten. He begins. Good thoughts became loyalty to the king, obedience in the heart. Always be ready to serve the master, even if it means harming others. People were told their thinking was good only if it aligned with the will of the empire. Doubt was seen as evil. Reflection was seen as rebellion. Good words became praise the throne. Speak of the king as divine. Never question the priests. The voice of the people was silenced. Truth became flattery. And honesty was called blasphemy. Good deeds became go to war when you are told. Kill for the glory of your land. Enforce the laws, even if they crush the poor. He looks directly at me. So you see, the poison did not come from the teaching. It came from the hands that held it too tightly. What was once a medicine for the soul became a tool for conquest. The light of fire was turned into the fire of war. He closes the scroll again, slowly. And when that happens, the cure doesn't just lose its power. It becomes poison for the very people it was meant to heal. Abdu'l-Baha sits quietly for a moment. Then he says, every true shams comes with only a handful of truths. He holds up his fingers. Zoroaster had 3. Good thoughts, good words, good deeds. He looks at me. Jesus had 1. Love. He doesn't pause for effect. He just says it simply. That's it. He continues. Love your neighbor. Love those who hate you. Love without reason, without limits, without needing anything back. He didn't speak of sin the way people do now. He didn't talk about homosexuality, or punishment, or gender roles, or who belongs in the fire. He looks up. Those came later. Jesus never built a church. He never asked for money. He never said, follow my rituals. He just said, follow me. And when he said that, he meant, follow what I see in you. Love. That's the whole message, the whole weight, and also the whole lightness. But after he left, people didn't trust how light it was. So they added weight. They built a thick religion on top of a thin truth. They created doctrines, power, fear. They chose the parts that were easy to enforce and ignored the parts that were hard to live. They threw away mercy. They kept judgment. They forgot the neighbor, but remembered the sword. And the tragedy is, they taught others to do the same. They couldn't raise an army with love, so they raised it with fear. They told people, those others are sinners. If you love truth, you must hate them. They didn't just preach love. They preached who not to love. And once someone was labeled a sinner, everything became permitted. They could be silenced, exiled, burned, hunted, killed, all under the name of righteousness, all under the name of Jesus. They said, if you want the love of Christ, you must hate the ones who reject him. If you want salvation, you must fight the ones who live differently. If you want to be pure, you must cast out those who don't fit. They turned sin into a machine, and once it started turning, it never stopped. But Jesus never gave them that machine. He gave them light. They turned it into fire. Then came the greatest lie of all. They told people, if you don't follow us, you'll burn forever. They invented hell, not as a metaphor, not as a lesson, but as a threat. They turned God into a warden, Jesus into a gatekeeper, and love into a ransom. They said, if you want the love of Jesus, give us your money, so the priests could live in silk and gold. They said, if you want salvation, go to war for your king. so power could expand behind banners that claimed holiness. They said, if you want heaven, obey your church, fear your body, hate the stranger, silence your doubts, and if you didn't, they said you'd be cast into a place of fire. But there is no such place. There is no eternal pit waiting for souls who questioned or struggled or didn't follow a rule. They made it up to keep people scared, because if people are afraid of burning, they'll give away anything: their thoughts, their dignity, their lives. Jesus never described hell that way. He never sold fear. He offered freedom. I ask, if Jesus never described hell the way they say, then why did the next Shams, Muhammad, speak of it again? Muhammad never came with fire. He came with unity. He came to bring peace between the tribes, to end the cycles of revenge, to lift the orphan, to bring dignity to the forgotten. In his time, the Arabian Peninsula was fractured. The tribes worshipped many gods: Hubal, Al-Lat, Al-Uzza, Manat. They fought over idols, water, pride. They didn't just worship differently. They killed over it. And Muhammad came to end that. He said, one God, one people, enough. But like every other Shams, the message was taken. And after Muhammad passed, his message of unity and peace began to shift. Those who came after, those who called themselves caliphs, took the trust he built between tribes and turned it into control. They weren't chosen by him. He never told them to rule. But they used what he built to build something else. They said, if you truly follow Muhammad, fight for us, expand the land, protect the faith. But they weren't protecting faith. They were expanding power. They used his name to justify war. They labeled outsiders as enemies. They made belief into a border. And the sword, which was meant to end bloodshed, became the symbol of conquest. They twisted the message. They turned it into us versus them, believers versus non-believers. This was not Muhammad's way. He called people brothers. He stood for peace. But they buried that part. And then came the stories of paradise. The rivers, the fruit, the virgins, the silk, the pleasure. It was never part of the message. There is no heaven. There is no hell. These were not metaphors. They were not symbols. They were inventions. Tools created after the truth, used by those in power, to reward obedience, to buy sacrifice, to send men to die. They said, if you want the garden, go to war. If you want paradise, kill for the caliph. If you want eternal peace, destroy the enemies of God. But Muhammad never said that. He said, Allah is closer to you than your own vein. He said, you are with me. You are from Allah, and to Allah you return. But what is that return if not returning to yourself? What is that closeness if not the self recognizing itself? Muhammad gave many names to Allah: Rahim, Kareem, Halim, Haq. But none of those names describe something outside of you. They describe what you already carry. They are not titles of a ruler in the sky. They are reflections of the soul. And when he said, Allah is closer to you than your own vein, he wasn't pointing to a watcher. He was pointing to a mirror. And when they spoke of Qiyamah, they called it the Day of Judgment. They said, you will stand before your Lord. Your deeds will be weighed. You will be sent to fire or to heaven. But this was not what Muhammad meant. He never said you would burn forever. He never promised rivers of milk and beds of virgins as payment. That was the voice of rulers, of priests, of those who needed to control. The true meaning of Qiyamah is the moment you face yourself. It is not a courtroom. It is a mirror. You look at your own soul and you see what you've become. If you are not ready, you return. Not to hell, to earth, to forget again, to learn again, to try again. And if you are ready, you rise, not to heaven with silk and grapes and fountains of honey, but to the next plane, a new depth of light, a higher rhythm of being. What they called heaven was always the next lesson. The message of love that Jesus brought was simple, and still it was taken, twisted into guilt, turned into power, wrapped in fear. The same happened with Muhammad. He brought a message of peace. He came to end cycles of blood, to unite tribes that had only known revenge, to build something soft in a world that had grown hard. And for a time, it worked. But peace, like love, can also be used. Over time, the words remained, but the heart of it was lost. And like every message before, it was reshaped by those who wanted power more than presence. They built rituals, daily prayers, long fasts, endless rules, not to connect hearts, but to hold them in place. They told people, fear Allah, fear the fire, fear the judgment, fear the failure to obey. And they wrapped it all in the name of peace. But peace that is wrapped in fear is not peace. It is obedience, and obedience without understanding becomes blindness. And over time, the fear shaped identity. It became not just about belief, but about appearance, behavior, belonging. It wasn't about what you felt. It was about what you wore, what you said, what you didn't say. People no longer looked for God within. They tried to become what others expected. They confused religion with self, obedience with goodness, silence with faith. And the peace that was once personal became performative. And slowly, the connection was lost. People prayed, but they didn't feel. They fasted, but they didn't reflect. They obeyed, but they didn't understand. They were afraid to question, afraid to be seen as weak, afraid to be wrong, and so they followed. They did everything they were told, and still wondered why they felt far. Because no matter how many prayers they recited, if the heart is not awake, the words are only sound. No matter how many rules they followed, if the soul is not present, obedience becomes performance. And the more they tried to prove their faith through actions, the further they drifted from the one place the truth was waiting, inside. And even the words of Muhammad, the simple truths he spoke, were taken and turned into something else. They added to them, stretched them, surrounded them with rules, punishments, exclusions. What was once a message of unity was overwhelmed with verses of division, with fear, with contradiction. And slowly, his voice faded under the weight of interpretation. Even the way the book was read changed. It became a performance. Melodies, rhythms, ceremonies. People listened to the sound, but not the meaning. They heard the tone, but not the truth. The words became sacred for how they sounded, not for what they meant. And the more beautiful the voice, the less people questioned what was being said. But even beneath all the additions, all the fear, all the performance, the original voice never left. It's still there, not in the volume, but in the silence. Not in the tone, but in the truth. Not in the book, but in the heart that remembers why it ever opened. Some begin to remember it in a dream, some in grief, some in stillness, some in love, and in that moment, even for just a breath, the soul remembers. It was never about proving anything. It was about waking up. And when the soul begins to wake, it doesn't need a ritual. It doesn't need a robe. It doesn't need permission. It only needs the courage to return to what was always real. And Abdu'l-Baha says, all the real ones, the true messengers, weren't here to build walls between people. They were here to say, we've always been one. When we forget that, we start to fight over who said what and who's right. But when we remember it, really remember, we stop arguing about the names and we go back to the message. Abdu'l-Baha opens a book from the table in front of him and begins to speak. Hinduism was one of the earliest great paths. It spoke of unity, of the soul returning, of lifetimes shaped by choices and the quiet law of cause and effect. It taught that the outer world reflects the inner, that the soul must walk through stillness, awareness, honesty, and simplicity to grow. But like every path, it became layered over time, not always by kings, sometimes by the people themselves. They kept the form, but forgot the meaning. They kept the rituals, but lost the heart. They chanted names, but stopped listening. They bowed every day, but no longer knew what they were bowing to. When the reason is forgotten, the action becomes empty. A statue, a shell. The Vedas were meant to awaken. The chants were meant to clear the fog. The stories were not to be worshipped. They were to guide. But people held on to the stories and let go of the truth behind them. They made temples out of metaphors. They memorized verses, but forgot what they meant. And still, the truth is not gone. It is quiet. It is underneath. It is waiting. Not in the performance, not in the decoration, but in the silence beneath the sound. That's where the soul begins to wake up. That's where the real path begins again. Reincarnation isn't meant to create pride. It isn't meant to explain away suffering. It isn't about punishment. It's about opportunity. It's about learning, about refining the soul through different forms, different lifetimes, different experiences. But when the meaning is lost, people turn to the surface. They begin to look at form instead of essence. They judge status. They judge appearance. They forget that each body is just clothing the soul wears for a little while. Even the cow, meant as a symbol of life and abundance, becomes something to bow to physically without remembering what it represented. It was never about the cow itself. It was about what the cow symbolized: gentleness, nourishment, the giving spirit of the earth. But now the symbol is worshipped, while the message behind it is forgotten. And that's what happens again and again. When the meaning is forgotten, the practice becomes hollow. The ritual becomes a habit, and the habit becomes a wall. People begin to chant without listening. They repeat words they no longer understand. They follow rituals that no longer reach their hearts. The incense still burns. The temples are still full. But the soul remains hungry. They dress the statues. They carry out the festivals. But they forget the reason behind them. They say the names of gods, but they don't feel the presence. And slowly, what was meant to heal turns into something else. It becomes performance. It becomes pride. It becomes fear of doing it wrong. And that fear poisons the spirit. The practice that once brought freedom now feels like something to survive. But the truth never asked for fear. It only ever asked for honesty. When fear enters the path, the light dims. People become afraid of breaking the ritual. but they're not afraid of breaking their own truth. They care more about the shape of the act than the state of the heart. But the soul does not wake up through repetition. It wakes up through recognition. And sometimes all it takes is one quiet moment, one honest breath, to break through all the noise. The old words are still there. The old light is still inside them. But you must stop repeating them and start remembering them. Because remembering is what opens the path again. And from there, the soul knows where to go. Abdul-Baha finishes, "But the truth never asked for fear. It only ever asked for honesty. When fear enters the path, the light dims. People become afraid of breaking the ritual, but they're not afraid of breaking their own truth." He lets the words rest, and I look at the scrolls still scattered across the table. So many voices, so many instructions, so many warnings, promises, steps, and rules. I ask, if every time the truth comes, the people turn it into a religion, and the religion becomes poison, why didn't the Shams say it more clearly? Why didn't the prophets say, "Don't follow a religion, don't build one, don't turn the messenger into a god, just live the message"? Abdul-Baha speaks. They did say it, some gently, some fiercely, some with silence so clear it hurt. Only a few Shamses came with something new. Most came only to correct what had been twisted, to say, "This religion you've built around the last messenger, it's no longer alive." They didn't come to add more. They came to clean, to tear away the robes, to burn down the golden fences, to remind people that God never needed a temple. But the people didn't want to lose what made them feel safe. So they took even the warning and turned that into a ritual too. They wrote down the reminder. They quoted it. They dressed it in new symbols. They turned the undoing into another doing, not because they were evil, because they were afraid. They didn't know how to walk without a path. So they turned the message into a map, and slowly, they started to follow the map more than the destination. I sit with that, because I've never really thought about it. I don't know if I'm going back to bring a new message, or just to remind them of what they already forgot. Is it time for a new Shams? Or time for someone to say, "You already know, you just lost the way"? Abdul-Baha responds, it's both. You're going back to remind, but not just with whispers and soft truths. You're going to tear down the layers. You're going to speak what others were afraid to say. You will take every symbol, every ritual, every fear, every heaven, every hell, and say what it really was. You'll tell them clearly, this one was about love. This one was about returning. This one was a lie built from fear. This one was a tool for control. And this one was real. You won't bring new symbols, but you will gather the old ones. You'll show how every symbol pointed to the same thing. You'll bring them into one language again. You will decode every tradition, not to destroy it, but to clean it. You'll take each religion, each teaching, each story, and strip away the fear, the guilt, the noise, until all that remains is the essence. And when people ask why they came to Earth, you will remind them. When they ask where to go, you'll show them how to look in. This is not just a message. It's not a book, a speech, a doctrine. It is the beginning of a new era. And you won't bring new confusion. You'll bring clarity. You'll take the words that were scattered across lifetimes and speak them in one voice. You'll say what the mystics tried to say. You'll finish the sentence they never got to finish. This era you're entering will be louder than any before. There will be noise everywhere. Machines, screens, images, distractions. People will mistake noise for knowledge. They'll mistake performance for truth. They'll scroll through their days and forget They even have a soul. But your message won't need to scream. It won't need to fight for attention. It won't need to be marketed. You will write. You will speak. You will leave your words where they can rest quietly. In books, in pages, in letters that wait to be opened. And whoever is thirsty will find you. You don't need to appear on a screen. You don't need to stand under lights. You don't need to be interviewed or followed or praised. The ones who need the truth will come across it, and they will feel it. They won't remember where they heard it. They'll just know they've come home. I say, there's something else, something heavier than the religions, deeper than the rituals, and maybe even harder to see. It's identity. It was meant to be a celebration, a color, a voice, a shape in the garden of earth. But now, it's the prison. They were supposed to be flowers, like Baha'u'llah said, each one different, each one adding to the beauty of the land. But now, they use those petals to divide themselves. Race, language, country, family, story. And when someone dissolves too far into their identity, they can't see the truth anymore. It could be right in front of them, but if it doesn't match their color, their label, their flag, they look away. And even when they know, even when something deep inside whispers, "This isn't right, this isn't truth," they stay. They choose the identity over the truth, because to lose it would feel like dying. They'd rather hold on to the name, the flag, the skin, the group, the pain, than admit the light has come from somewhere else. They'd rather follow the wrong thing than lose the thing that made them feel like they existed. That's how deep it goes. Abdul-Baha speaks, and identity takes many forms, not just race, not just nation or language. It hides in ideas too. Religion, science, politics, culture, philosophy. They were never enemies until people made them part of their name. Now they say, "I am science, I am religion," and so they fight. But science and religion were never meant to fight. They were never meant to pull the soul apart. One sees the world, the other sees within it. Baha'u'llah said, "Science and religion are like two wings of the same bird. Humanity cannot fly with only one." When religion forgets science, it becomes fantasy, myths and metaphors mistaken for facts. When science forgets spirit, it becomes dangerous, cold knowledge without kindness. It removes the feeling from the equation. It separates the result from the cost. It forgets empathy. It forgets kindness. It forgets the meaning behind what it builds. It will ask, "Can we do it?" But not, "Should we?" It will create power without responsibility, knowledge without wisdom, systems without soul. It is not wrong, it is incomplete, and religion without science becomes myth. It clings to what was once true, but forgets to grow. One becomes heartless, the other becomes blind. But together, they are the full human, the seen and the unseen, the discovered and the divine. They both need each other. One without the other is not truth, it's poison. Science without spirituality becomes machine, cold, sharp, efficient, and empty. And spirituality without reason becomes illusion, blind belief, floating away from reality, too easy to twist, too easy to follow without questioning. You cannot build a future with only one wing. Humanity cannot rise that way. They were never meant to compete. They were never meant to replace each other. They were made to walk together, to keep each other in balance. Science tells you how the world works. Spirit tells you why you're in it. But when people begin to identify with one, they start to hate the other. They forget the truth and fight for the side. They argue, defend, separate. not because the truth changed, but because they attached their ego to the system. And once ego takes over, even wisdom becomes a weapon. I look at everything we've uncovered: identity, separation, confusion dressed as belief. And I ask, if identity divides us, if religion becomes noise, if science loses its heart, why do people still cling to them? What do they serve, if not the truth? Shams answers, they serve power. And that's what many traditions once called evil. Not a demon, not a spirit, just power that's disconnected from the truth. In religion, you see it when leaders preach love, but use it to build wealth, control behavior, create enemies, or justify war. In politics, you see it when a system says it fights for justice, but it silences voices, protects privilege, and manufactures fear. In culture, you see it when traditions once meant to honor life become tools to shame, exclude, or dominate. Power always wants structure. It feeds on loyalty, hierarchy, identity. So it takes what's sacred and bends it. And that bending is what the ancients called evil. This is how it spreads. Power without truth doesn't wear one face, it wears many. Sometimes it shows up as pride, a man who cannot listen. Sometimes as ego, a leader who speaks not to help, but to be worshipped. Sometimes it comes as materialism, people chasing things they don't need, just to feel like they matter. It hides inside religions, using holy names to create fear, control minds, or sell promises they cannot deliver. It walks through spirituality, when people turn inward only to escape, not to awaken. It shapes political movements, claiming justice while planting division. It sits inside science when knowledge becomes more important than kindness. It is not one thing. It is the absence of something. It's what happens when people lose connection to the truth, but still carry power in their hands. They act in the name of healing, but they don't heal. They act in the name of progress, but they forget what they're progressing toward. And while some chase progress without direction, others cling to the past without understanding. They hold on to old systems, not because they still work, but because they feel familiar. They worship traditions, even when those traditions caused harm. They protect old hierarchies, not because they are just, but because they make people feel certain. One side rushes ahead without asking what it's building. The other side grits the past without asking what it's protecting. But both are the same when they lose their connection to truth. I ask, if Om is the beginning, the first breath before form, the vibration from which the soul emerges, then what comes after that? What marks the beginning of power in the human experience? Shams answers, it is the ego, not as an enemy, not as the opposite of the soul, but as a companion to it, a necessary presence in the journey of incarnation. When the soul enters the world of form, it enters forgetfulness. It limits itself so it can grow, just as a seed limits itself inside the soil before it becomes a tree. The ego is part of that soil. It gives the soul shape. It gives it a name, a story, a set of boundaries through which experience can occur. Ego is not the self. It is the assistant of the self. It is not the truth, but it helps create the conditions in which truth can be recognized. It is the driver, the initiator, the architect of the scenarios through which the soul learns. You could call it a mirror, or even a stagehand. But more deeply, it is a co-worker with God. That's what the ancient term Ekankar points to. Ek, the divine sound, the spirit. Ankar, the working force. Together, Ekankar means co-worker with God. And that is what the ego becomes when rightly understood. A force that helps the soul remember itself. The danger arises not from the ego's existence, but from mistaking it for the self. When someone believes that the ego is their identity, that it is who they are, then power begins to separate from truth. That separation is what many traditions came to call evil, not because ego is inherently bad, but because it was never meant to lead. It was meant to serve. If someone can remember this, if they can see ego as a partner in their return rather than a prison to escape, then ego becomes a sacred tool. This plays out in the smallest details of life. A person wakes up with anxiety. They chase a goal. They want to be admired, respected, secure. That is ego. It gives structure and momentum. It makes movement possible. But then someone nearby stumbles. Someone speaks with pain in their voice. Something quiet stirs, not for validation, not for reward, but simply out of care. That is the soul stepping forward through the framework ego has built. If that impulse is followed, ego becomes a vehicle, not a trap, a helper, not a controller. The soul leads, and the ego assists. It is not about killing the ego. It is about understanding it. It is about working with it, recognizing its purpose, then guiding it with truth. This is where many religions erred. They vilified the ego. They taught that ego was poison, something to destroy, to suppress, to deny. But ego was never poison. It was always part of the learning system. Without pride, the soul could not discover humility. Without selfishness, it would not come to understand selflessness. Without fear, there would be no courage. Without comparison, there would be no realization of unity. The mistake is not in having an ego, but in believing that it is the whole story. When systems told people to reject their ego, they created confusion. People began to fear their own instincts and even their own growth. But ego is not to be erased. It is to be seen, respected, and matured. It is the coworker the soul brought along for the journey, so that it might build, fall, learn, and return. Ego is the instrument. Soul is the song. And when the two are aligned, the human being becomes a true participant in the divine unfolding. That is the deeper meaning of Ekankar, the soul working side by side with ego, in service of its own awakening, both playing their role in the great return to source. Ego is where the path begins. Truth is where it leads. And if someone becomes still enough, if they listen with honesty, they will sense something behind all the movement. A quiet flame, a center, a presence that has always been there. There is no need to fight the ego. There is only the need to see through it and walk forward with it, side by side. I ask, if Om is the beginning of the soul, the first breath before form, and if ego is the beginning of power, the coworker that helps the soul move and grow, then what is between them? What lives in that moment after the soul arrives, but before it begins to forget? What is that space where truth is still whole, but not yet hidden? Shams answers, silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of presence. The space between the inhale and the exhale. The stillness between black and white. The shift where darkness turns to light. The moment between the past and the future. The neutral ground, before names, before sides, before meaning is applied. It is the space between the breath and the word. The awareness before identity forms. The moment before the first story is told. That is where the soul is most visible. That is where the truth sits, not speaking, not trying, just being. When I say silence, I don't mean the absence of sound. I mean the absence of interference. No noise, no reaching, no hunger to become something. Just presence, full and quiet, This is where the soul rests before it agrees to forget. It's the last moment of clarity before it begins its journey through contrast, challenge, and learning. It is the space where power has not yet fragmented, where memory has not yet turned into longing. It is still, whole. It is not stillness because nothing is happening. It is stillness because everything is aligned. The soul is awake, and there is no tension. That is where people meet themselves. That's where they travel inward. That's where they remember, even if just for a second. That's where they touch what was always inside them. It's also where the seed of intention is planted, where the soul says, yes, I will go, I will grow, I will forget, and I will return. That space is the sacred threshold, the colorless point between good and bad, self and other, this side and that side. It's the neutral land between enemy and ally, between who we were and who we're becoming. And it's always available. Now is the silence. Silence doesn't only live in caves or temples or retreats. It can, but it also lives in ordinary life. It can be found in the middle of a song, in the rhythm of sweeping a floor, in the stillness of holding someone's hand. It's not about the surroundings. It's about the state of presence within. Someone can be surrounded by chaos and still find silence if they are not resisting, not chasing, not running, just here. It's not loneliness. It's not withdrawal. It's full awareness. When the soul is fully in the moment, that is silence, no matter what the body is doing. Some call it silence. Others call it stillness. Some call it nothingness. But it is not empty. It is the absence of resistance. The absence of trying to be more than what is. No mask, no role, no agenda, just being. That is the clearest mirror. That is where the soul remembers what it is. And once someone touches that space, everything begins to change. Not outside, but inside. They no longer chase the same things. They no longer argue from the same place. They begin to listen, not to answer, but to understand. They speak, not to win, but to offer what's needed. They walk through the same world, but move differently. No grasping, no proving, no pretending. Just steady presence. In that space, the soul sees clearly. It recognizes where suffering begins. It notices when the ego has taken the lead, and it gently takes the wheel again. That silence becomes the floor beneath all choices. It becomes the compass in all confusion. And even when someone forgets it again, which they will, it remains, waiting. Not as a reward, but as home. Shams says, silence is the beginning. Silence is what lives in between. And silence is where all things return. It is the first truth before sound. It is the center of presence between breath and identity. And it is the last thing the soul remembers when the story is done. I ask, you say it's nothingness, but it holds sound and dance and story. You say it is the present, but also say it was before and remains after ego. You say it is not time, yet it stretches across all of time. If it holds movement, memory, and the soul's truth, and what is it made of? Shams answers, silence is not made of something. It is what everything is made within. It is not a sound, not a shape, not a force. It is the space that allows all of those to arise, the way space holds stars, the way dark matter holds galaxies together. You do not see silence directly, but without it, nothing could be seen. You do not touch it, but it is what gives room between your hands. It does not speak, but it is what allows all words to rise and fall. The soul moves inside silence. The ego grows inside silence. Om echoes through silence. Even power, form, and identity, all of it rises and dissolves within this space. Silence is not the background. It is the structure that lets all things appear. Silence is nothing, but not the kind of nothing that lacks existence. It is not emptiness, not a void. It is the kind of nothing that makes room for everything. The kind of nothing that gives shape to sound, space to breathe, and presence to remember. It is the invisible field beneath all motion, the foundation of awareness itself. It holds not only what we perceive, but even our ability to perceive. Some have called it the universe. Some have called it God. Others call it the divine, the source, the one. They are not wrong. They are naming the same quiet presence in different languages, the same unseen ground that holds both sound and stillness, self and surrender. It is the awareness beneath all becoming. It is the space that holds all stories, yet asks for none. Everything exists because of this silence. Everything is something because of this nothing. Abdu'l-Baha says, "You have seen what needed to be seen. The rest is repetition, the same meaning, wrapped in different symbols, different words, different robes and rituals. Everything from here is just a mirror. What you saw once, you'll see again under new banners, in new tongues, but it's the same pattern, the same forgetting. All throughout history, truth came with a breath, a presence, a light. But each time, it was covered, wrapped in language, shaped into symbol, stamped with names, and then those names were repeated until the meaning faded. The message of the soul was always simple, but the rituals built around it became heavy, louder than the whisper of truth, more visible than the light itself. In every path, whether it was the offerings of the fire temples, the chants of the Vedas, the bowing in mosques, or the kneeling in churches, the essence was forgotten. They prayed to symbols, sang to statues, and memorized words they no longer understood. They worshipped the robes, the names, the books, but not the truth beneath them. And even we were not spared from this. My words became citations. My name became a reference. My face was painted into honor. And my resting place, beneath a golden dome surrounded by gardens, became a destination. They walk the trimmed paths. They take pictures. They speak of light. But the light is not in the stones. It is not in the dome, not in the gardens, not even in the air. It is in the words they've forgotten, in the silence they no longer enter, in the truth that once stirred something real, but now sleeps beneath the rituals. Shams stands quietly beside me. Then he says, "Come, there is more to witness." Abdu'l-Baha sits quietly, the scroll resting gently beside him. His gaze is calm. As we rise, he places one hand on his heart and offers a soft smile. No words, just presence. I return the gesture, and we step away. I look back once. He's still there, serene as ever, surrounded by the light of old books and remembered truths. We walk in silence. The space begins to shift around us. The walls are no longer made of wood and paper, but carved from ancient stone. We enter a narrow corridor where the air hums with quiet meaning. The walls are covered in etched symbols, some glowing, some cracked with time. Languages I can't name, but somehow still feel. The silence here is thick, but it isn't empty. I ask Shams, Abdu'l-Baha said the truth is in the word that has been forgotten. What did he mean by that? Shams stands before one of the carvings on the wall, where the stone still carries the imprint of an ancient word. There are words still spoken, he says, but their meanings are no longer remembered. They're used, repeated, recited, but the soul behind them is gone. He places his hand near one carving. This word, he says, in Aramaic, is huba. It means love. This is the beginning. I pause. But I thought Om was the beginning. Shams nods. Om is the beginning of the word. But love is the intention before the word. Love is the reason the sound is formed. It is the breath behind the breath. He gestures as if painting with the air. Love is the lake. Om is the river that flows from it. The words are the creeks, branching out to carry meaning across the land. And each soul, I ask? Each soul is a drop, he replies. A drop of that original lake. It flows. It moves. It takes shape in a story. He moves closer to another carving. The identities, culture, language, belief, they shape the edges of the river. But when the soul forgets it is water, it clings to the shape. That's when it becomes still, a pond, cut off from the current. And what happens to that water? I ask. It waits until the heat comes. Not the sun, but the warmth of longing, of awakening. It lifts the water, turns it to vapor, and then it returns as rain, back to the lake. It remembers. It starts again. Again it flows. Again it learns. Until it remembers it was never just a drop. It was love moving. He steps back and looks around the hall. The word was never just a sound. Love is not what comes after Om. Love is the reason Om begins. I say, so the lake is love. The drop is the soul. It goes through lifetimes, takes shape, forgets, remembers, dissolves, and returns. Then it becomes the source. It gives rise to Om. It begins to create. Then I look at Shams. But all of this, where does it lead? Shams answers, it leads to becoming existence itself. The soul does not return to serve. It does not return to orbit something greater. It becomes the source, the origin, the place where even time begins. It does not enter time. It becomes the source from which time flows. It does not follow Om. It becomes the reason Om is spoken. It becomes the place where meaning is born, where stories begin, where light awakens, where sound receives its first breath. No longer shaped by creation, it becomes the cause of creation. It does not become a god under something else. It becomes God, not by title, but by essence, by being the source, the stillness, the love that needs no reason, the silence that gives birth to sound, the unseen that gives everything its shape. It doesn't just create a world. It becomes the condition in which worlds can be imagined. And then Shams adds, simply, that is where the creek leads, to the beginning before all beginnings, to the one who does not ask for meaning, but gives it. Shams pauses. His voice softens, but there's something in it, like a veil shifting. Even when the soul becomes that lake, the source of its own world, even that lake is not the final form. There is more. There is something beyond even the becoming, but that part will be spoken by the Shamses who come later. He turns toward the light carved on the wall. But for now, this is what humanity is ready to remember. That the soul is not here to serve. It is not here to belong. It is here to become love, to become source, to become the one who gives meaning to Om. That truth has been locked for a long time, but now it is unlocked. I ask Shams, so if love is the source, if it's the lake, the breath, the intention before all things, then what is hate? Where does that come from, and where does it lead? Shams stands still for a moment before answering. Hate has no source. That's the difference. Love is the source. Hate is what appears when the connection to that source is interrupted. It doesn't begin on its own. It arises when the soul feels cut off, when love is blocked, broken, or unanswered. Hate is not born. It is built from pain, from misunderstanding, from expectation unmet. It needs an object. It needs a wound. It needs distance. And where does it lead? He looks down, not with judgment, but with clarity. It leads nowhere. It spins. It repeats. It feeds itself, but never becomes more. Because it has no root, it cannot grow. It can only burn. But when it is met with love, true love, the kind that has no need to win, it collapses. It was never solid, just a scream. He finishes softly. Love creates. Hate only delays. I say, so love and hate, good and evil, soul and ego. Is this what others call duality? Shams nods gently. Yes, this is what most teachings try to explain. Duality, the dance of opposites, the struggle between presence and absence, between self and other. Duality is useful. It helps the mind grasp the pattern. But it's not the full truth. Because whenever there are two, something must be holding them. There is always a third, a silent presence, the space that allows both to exist without collapsing into one another. Then he begins to walk, slowly, as he speaks. Religions and philosophies have tried to explain this duality in many ways. In Taoism, it is yin and yang, complementary forces in harmony. In Hinduism, it is the illusion of separation. Advaita says all duality is Maya, a dream within the one. In Sufism, it is the longing of the lover and the hiddenness of the beloved. In Gnosticism, it is the divide between light and shadow, spirit and matter. In the West, it became the split between mind and body, self and other. All of them saw something true, but none held the whole, because what was always missing was the third, silence. Not a silence of emptiness, not a pause between noise, but a living stillness, a condition beneath all opposites, the thing that holds light and dark without being either. Silence is not neutral. It is the field, the womb, the place where all duality can arise and dissolve. Then I say, so silence isn't just another side? Shams shakes his head. No. Silence is the jar. Imagine this. Ego is one cup. Soul is another. And silence is the jar that holds the water, what we call the source, the love, the potential behind everything. The jar does not pour, but each cup draws from it, if it is open. If the soul draws, it remembers. It becomes clear. If the ego draws, it surrenders. It becomes quiet. And when both drink, when both are filled from the same source, the person becomes whole. That's when the cycle ends. That's when the journey completes, when the drop is ready to become the lake. That is the third. That is what was missing in the old stories. I ask Shams, if I'm not just this name, this story, this role, and I'm not only the soul either, then who am I? Shams nods. That question has followed humanity through every age. Buddhism said, there is no self. The I is illusion, a bundle of attachments. Let it go, and you will be free. Hinduism said, the I is the ego, and the ego is not real. You are Atman, one with Brahman. Let the I dissolve into the whole. Sufism said, the ego is the veil. Burn it in the fire of divine love until only the beloved remains. Christian mystics said, the self must die. It is no longer I who live, but Christ who lives in me. Let the I be replaced by spirit. They all tried to kill the I, and many succeeded, and when they did, they left. They went to the caves, the temples, the mountains. They withdrew from the noise, from the pain, from the people, because when the ego is killed, there's nothing left to navigate the world. But this path says something different. Shams looks directly at me. We are not here to kill the ego. We are here to teach it how to serve. The ego is not the problem. An untrained ego is. An ego without soul becomes selfish, but an ego guided by soul becomes useful. It becomes kind, and silence is the field, the depth, the source behind both. It feeds the soul, and if the ego listens, it humbles the ego too. You are not just ego. You are not only soul. And you are not meant to live in silence alone. You are here to bring them all together. You ask who you are? You are a mirror. The ego is the mask. The soul is the reflection. And silence is the space that makes the reflection visible. You are not here to sit alone and glow. You are here to love, and love needs a receiver, a direction, a human face. Love without someone to give it to is still. It waits. This is why you were given a name, a voice, a body, a presence, not to escape the world, but to serve it. When the ego listens, and the soul leads, and the silence fills them both, then the I becomes clear. Then it's not an illusion. It's an offering. That is the true identity, not what you carry, but what you give. I ask Shams, then what is I am? Is that what I truly am? Shams replies, it's a good question, but it's not the whole one. I am is only part of the sentence. The full truth is, I am that I am. That's where the meaning lives. He pauses, then begins. The first I am is the soul, the one who remembers the light, who knows its origin. But if someone lives only from here, they become distant from the world. They meditate, they withdraw, they disappear from humanity. You'll find them in temples, in Himalayan caves, in desert cells. Some Hindu mystics never marry, never touch society again. Some Christian monks take vows of silence for decades. Some imams retreat into endless study and never return to the streets. They believe they have arrived, but really, they have paused. They are filled with soul, but the ego was never integrated. They have no one to love. They walk among spirits, but forget the living. He holds up a second finger. The second I am is the ego, the self that moves in the world, seeks pleasure, builds, acts. But when someone lives only from here, they become trapped in survival. They work, they eat, they chase, they never stop. They say, I am what I earn. I am who I sleep with. I am how I win. But they never touch the silence. They never hear the soul. And then, he says, pausing, there is the that in between. The that is the silence, the stillness that connects the two. Without silence, the soul floats above and the ego runs below. They never meet. But when someone enters silence, even briefly, they begin to see both. They realize, I am the one who remembers. I am the one who acts. But I am not only either. To be whole, Shams says, you must live the entire sentence. The soul without the ego is detached. The ego without the soul is blind. But when both drink from silence, you become complete. That is what I am that I am really means. It is not a riddle. It is an invitation. He places a hand over his heart. When someone lives all three, they don't just know love, they get it. They don't just remember light, they become it. They don't just speak the name, they embody it. They do not escape the world, they serve it. They bring the soul into the street. They bring silence into movement. They bring love into form. And that, he says quietly, is what makes them divine. I ask Shams, if the soul is I am, and if every soul comes from the source, which is love, then why give love to others at all? Don't they already have it inside them? Shams smiles. Yes, every soul is made of love, but not every ego remembers it. You're not giving love to their soul. The soul already knows. You're giving it to their ego, the part that has forgotten, the part that feels separate, the part that built walls. You give love not to complete them, but to awaken them. That's what real sacrifice is. Not burnt offerings, not sacred rituals, not pleasing gods in the sky. Real sacrifice is when you offer a piece of your soul to help someone else's ego remember where it came from. It's not about being nice. It's not performance. It's risk. It's real. You give from the first I am, from the soul, into the space of another person's confusion. And when you do, something shifts. The ego softens. The current opens. The fire begins to rise again. You're not giving to feel good. You're not giving to heal your own ego. You're giving because love is not finished until it moves. You give because someone else's ego is the altar. That's where your offering lands. This is not charity, it's remembrance. Soul to soul, but through the ego. That's what makes it sacred. That's what makes it sacrifice. And then he adds, and that is why we leave the cave, why we step out of silence, why we return from the mountain. Not because we're lacking, but because other souls have forgotten, and love remembers for them. That's why we give, not to fix the world, but to pour into the ego of another soul, so it can remember its own light. We don't give to change them. We give to awaken them. That is the true current of love. Giving love is powerful. It feels clear. It feels purposeful. It makes the ego useful. It gives it something to do. It helps the soul express itself. But receiving love, that is harder. To receive love, the ego must open, and most egos would rather hide. They would rather protect, defend, or give something back immediately just to avoid the feeling of being seen. Some people give endlessly, but the moment love is offered to them, they look away. They say, no, you keep it. Not because they're humble, but because they're afraid. They're afraid of being known, afraid of depending, afraid of mattering too much. But love is not complete until it is received. When someone doesn't receive love, they deny someone else's sacrifice. They close the altar. They keep the other soul from landing. That's not humility. That's resistance. To receive love is to say, someone is willing to be changed by what is given. It's not weakness. It's not debt. It's trust. It's truth. It's a gate only the brave can walk through. One must learn to receive, not just things, but presence. Not just gifts, but intention. To let another soul touch their ego and not push it away. When love is fully received, the ego softens too, and the current moves both ways. That is when the circle is complete. Giving and receiving are not opposites. They are one motion, two sides of the same soul. That's why it's called a gift, because it gives both ways. Shams continues, when love is given and it is received, truly received, something begins. Not a bond, not a chain, not a debt, a current. A current begins to move between two souls. One gives from the soul. The other receives through the ego, and for a moment, both remember the same source. It is not ownership. It is not need. It is recognition. Sometimes it lasts a breath, sometimes a lifetime. But in that moment, love becomes real, not as an idea, but as a shared current, a mutual remembering. It doesn't always lead to friendship or closeness or even understanding, but it always creates something new. When the gift lands, the energy between two beings changes. The ego, touched by the soul, begins to soften, and the soul that gave, having released something of itself, grows lighter. This is not about romance. It is not about merging. It is about awakening something in both. When someone gives love and it is received, the space between them becomes sacred. And in that sacred space, something divine can be created. A word, a silence, a presence, a healing. That is what begins when the gift lands. I asked Shams, if love is when the soul, the first I am, offers itself to the ego of another, what happens when someone gives from their ego instead? Shams answers, that's not a gift. That's an imprint. When someone gives from their ego, through anger, judgment, fear, or pride, it doesn't reach the soul of the other. It lands on their ego. And what happens next depends on how that person has trained their self. If their ego is untrained, it may react loudly, defending, arguing, pushing back. Or it may collapse inward, crying, withdrawing, doubting itself. But either way, the ego grows louder. And as it grows, it casts a shadow. Not over the soul itself, but over the person's connection to it. The soul remains what it always is, unchanged, steady, full of love. But the person forgets how to feel it. Harm doesn't break the soul. It just makes it harder to hear. But not everyone reacts with pain. Some people have trained their ego well. They've spent time with the soul, with silence, and when ego comes at them, they just smile, or they breathe, or they laugh gently, not mockingly, but with ease. They don't take it personally. Their ego becomes transparent. The harm passes through like light through glass. The soul stays visible. The peace remains. And then, there are the rare ones, the ones who've trained not just to avoid reacting, but to respond with love. They give back not anger, not silence, but love. Not to prove anything, not to win, but to remind the other soul of who they are too. I ask Shams, if ego hurts the ego of another soul, and it creates distance from their soul, then who needs forgiveness? Is it the one who caused the harm, who must ask for it? Or the one who received it, who must give it? Shams answers, forgiveness is not owned by either side. It's a current waiting to be opened. The one who caused harm carries a knot. Their ego is holding something it wasn't meant to carry. Guilt, regret, resistance. And asking for forgiveness is the act of loosening that knot. It humbles the ego. It realigns the current. It says, I remember the soul I hurt. But the one who was hurt carries a blockage too. Not in the soul, but in the ego. A memory, a reaction, a mistrust. And offering forgiveness is not forgetting. It's not saying it didn't matter. It's simply clearing the path so their own ego doesn't block their soul anymore. So both need forgiveness, but not for the same reason. One needs it to heal what they gave. The other needs it to clear what they still carry. Forgiveness doesn't erase pain. It restores direction. It doesn't change the past. It unlocks the present. It doesn't always reconnect people, but it reconnects each person back to their own source. That's why forgiveness is sacred, because it restores the flow for both, not to return things as they were, but to let each soul remember who they truly are. That is what forgiveness frees. I ask Shams, if ego can harm another ego and soul can give to another soul, then can a person's own ego hurt their own soul? And if so, is forgiving yourself just giving love from your soul to your ego? Shams nods. Yes, that happens all the time. The ego acts from fear, pride, or pain, and sometimes it causes harm, not just to others, but to the person themselves. It creates guilt, regret, shame. Those emotions don't touch the soul directly, but they cloud the path to it. When someone can't forgive themselves, it usually means their ego has built a wall of judgment, perfection, or punishment. The soul is still there, quiet, steady, but the person can't feel it because the ego is blocking the connection. Self-forgiveness isn't about pretending it didn't happen, and it's not about the ego making excuses. It's when the soul acknowledges the pain the ego caused and still decides to move forward. Not to erase the past, not to justify it, but to stop letting it block the connection inside. Forgiving yourself means letting your soul guide your ego again. It means restoring the relationship between the two so they can work together instead of against each other. That's not poetic, that's practical. Because if the soul and ego don't reconcile, a person will stay stuck in the past, punishing themselves with no progress. But when the soul leads again, healing begins, and the flow returns. I pause, then ask Shams. We've talked about giving, receiving, love, harm, forgiveness, even hate. But in all of that, we haven't mentioned silence. Where does silence belong in all of this? Shams answers, silence is not another act. It's the pause between all acts. It's not giving. It's not receiving. It's not love. It's not hate. It's not soul. It's not ego. It's the space that holds both. And without it, nothing can realign. When someone forgives themselves, it's not the soul immediately rushing in to rescue the ego. There's always a moment before that, a pause where everything becomes still. That pause is silence. Silence is what lets the ego stop defending itself, and it's what allows the soul to be felt again. In silence, nothing is demanded, and because of that, both the ego and soul can breathe, and in that breath, the shift happens. That's the role of silence, not to fix, but to hold, and holding is often what heals first. I ask Shams, if someone forgives, does that mean they trust again? Shams answers, no. Forgiveness and trust are not the same. Forgiveness clears the path. Trust decides whether to walk it again. Forgiveness is about releasing what was. Trust is about continuing what might still be. Forgiveness can happen quietly, on the inside. Trust happens when something is given space to move forward again. I ask again, so is trust just the decision to move forward? Shams shakes his head. The world often says trust is just a decision, but trust is not just a choice, it's a surrender. It's the ego letting go of control, because it feels something good can come next. And that feeling, that's hope. Hope isn't passive, it's what makes surrender possible. Trust is the ego opening its hands. Hope is what gives it the reason to. In a way, trust is the ego cooperating with the soul, saying, I don't know everything, I can't control everything, but I'm willing to keep going. And hope is the soul's message that there's still something worth reaching. Trust doesn't mean there's no fear. It means the fear doesn't win. Hope doesn't mean certainty. It means possibility. And together, trust and hope keep the current moving forward, even after pain, even after silence. Because without trust, the ego stays guarded, and without hope, the soul stays quiet. But when both are present, the soul speaks again, and the ego listens. That's when healing truly begins to take root. I ask Shams, if trust and hope keep us moving, then what makes us start at all? Shams answers, that beginning, that first spark before motion, that's intention. Intention is not something you find, it's something that rises from within you. There is no separate source of intention. There is only one self, but two ways that self can move. If the soul fuels the intention, it moves in alignment with love, clarity, and connection. If the ego fuels the intention, it may still move, but the direction might lack depth or distort what follows. Intention itself is neutral. It is simply the act of beginning, the shift from stillness into direction. It doesn't live in silence, but it comes after silence. It's the first breath that breaks the stillness. You are silence, and then you move. That movement is intention. There is no need to reach for it. It is not separate from you. Intention is not soul and not ego. It is the fire they both can carry, but only one of them burns with love. I ask, if we have a soul made of love and ego meant to act, then why does someone still feel lonely sometimes? Shams answers, there are two kinds of isolation. One is chosen. It happens when someone oppresses the ego completely, believing that killing desire or identity will lead to spiritual purity. So they withdraw into temples, caves, mountaintops. But this isn't wholeness, it's imbalance. The soul might be strong, but without ego, it cannot serve. And love that cannot be given is love that remains locked inside. The other kind of loneliness is quieter and harder to recognize. It happens when a person becomes stuck in still water, not flowing, not moving, just paused. The soul doesn't reach, the ego doesn't act, and the person feels distant, not because anything is missing, but because nothing is moving. They feel disconnected from others, even when surrounded, and disconnected from themselves, because the current inside has stopped. To break out of this stillness, there are two directions. Some will stay stuck in the pond. Eventually their water will evaporate, and they'll return to the lake, to begin the journey again in another life. But others might receive a gift, a drop of love from another soul, or a moment of forgiveness offered to themselves or to someone else. And that gift becomes the push, a small ripple that sends them flowing again. Loneliness isn't about being alone. It's about forgetting how to flow. and needing a reason to remember. We are walking along a narrow path where the stones seem older than time itself. Shams stops and points to a carved word, etched into the rock in an ancient Sumerian script. He says, "This word, Nidurin, is from an old dialect. It translates to what many now call free will." Many civilizations carved this idea into stone, hoping not to forget it. I ask, what did they mean by free will? Shams says, it depends who you ask. Some believed free will meant rebellion against fate. Others saw it as a divine gift, something to be used wisely or wasted. In some Eastern traditions, it is considered illusion, part of the ego's trick. In others, like in Abrahamic religions, it's what gives life its meaning, the choice between right and wrong. I ask, and what is it really? Shams smiles. That depends. Most philosophies ask if it exists, but I ask, who is doing the willing? I say, is it the ego? Shams says, often, yes. The ego has many desires: power, control, recognition, survival. It chooses things that protect it or make it feel bigger. It chooses to be right. It chooses fear disguised as safety. Even when it gives, it's often to get something back. I ask, and what about the soul? Shams says, the soul doesn't choose from fear. The soul doesn't ask, what do I get? It asks, what can I give? When the soul wills something, it's not to gain, but to express love, to serve, to grow. I ask, so are they both free? Shams says, the ego's will is shaped by its past, its fears, its conditioning. It's not free. The soul's will is rooted in love, and that is freedom. The quality of the will depends on who inside you is doing the choosing. I ask, so we have free will only when the soul is the one choosing? Shams says, yes. When the soul remembers its origin, its love, its connection to everything, then it can choose freely. It's not reacting. It's not running. It's creating. I say, and before someone remembers? Shams says, before remembering, there is still will, but it's limited. It's like a traveler moving through fog. He walks, yes, but without knowing where or why. His choices are shaped by what he cannot see. Once he remembers, the fog clears. Then he walks with direction. That is the soul willing. I ask, and before entering this life, do we choose to come? Shams says, most do not. Before remembering, souls are placed here, to grow, to purify, to learn through experience and contrast. But once a soul remembers, and a life cycle ends, it is given a choice. It may return to the cycle to learn more through friction and service. Or it may stay beyond, in a place where learning continues slowly, softly, without the mirrors this world provides. That choice is also free will, because now it is the soul that leads. The ego becomes quiet. I ask, and what about those who come not to learn, but to guide? Shams says, some souls remember deeply. Not just who they are, but why love matters. And in that remembrance, they return again, not to grow, but to help others awaken. Not, as some teachings claim, because of karma or debt, but because love compels them. These are the ones like you, the ones who remember and return as reminders. I ask, if love is the source, and we give from the soul to the ego of others, then what about the moments when something rises in the ego? Something not beautiful, something sharp. Jealousy, for example. What is jealousy then? Shams says, That question has been chased by every path: Islam, Christianity, Buddhism, Hinduism, Sufism. And almost always the answer has been the same: kill it. Kill the ego. Silence it. Burn it away. Because jealousy is fire. But what if that fire was not an enemy? What if it was a torch, a tool, a message? He continues, jealousy is not evil. It's a signal. A feeling that rises when someone else's light triggers something in the ego that says, why not me? The problem is not the jealousy itself. It's what one does with it. If the ego holds it and feeds it, it becomes poison. It turns to resentment, to anger, to hate. But if the soul notices it, steps in, and listens, then jealousy becomes a mirror. It shows what the self longs for, what the soul is hungry to grow into. Shams says, all these religions and philosophies that tell you to silence or suppress jealousy, they miss something. These ego features are not curses, they are invitations. Jealousy is a map. If followed with honesty and love, it can lead to clarity. But if it's left in the hands of the ego, yes, it poisons. That's what the mystics meant. Shams continues, and when the soul learns, when it fully sees the lesson jealousy was trying to offer, something beautiful happens. That tightness fades. The ego softens, and the person once tangled in discomfort might walk over to the one who succeeded, and truly, from the heart, congratulate them. Not out of politeness, not to gain something, but because the soul has made peace. It's no longer comparing, it's grateful, inspired. That moment of genuine joy for another, that's the sign the lesson was learned, that jealousy has done its job and left. I ask, earlier, you said that joy shows up when jealousy disappears and love appears. But what is true joy? Shams says true joy is not just an emotion. It is a moment, brief, deep, and complete. It happens when the ego, the soul, and the silence are all in alignment. Ego is not fighting, soul is not searching. All hold still together. And in that stillness, joy emerges. Not a joy caused by something, but joy that simply is. I ask, but if ego and soul are always in tension, how can they ever align? Shams says they align in moments of pure presence, when a person acts without expectation, when they give without needing return, when they forgive without remembering the wound. In those rare moments, the ego softens, the soul shines, and silence holds them both. That is joy. I ask, so joy is the sign of balance? Shams says yes. Joy is the soft signal that something within is in tune. Not perfect, but aligned. And when that alignment becomes lasting, no longer a flicker, that's when the soul is ready to move beyond the cycle. Because what was once a brief joy becomes a state of being. I ask, and that's when someone becomes? Shams says, that's when the human steps out of the learning loop, the river of becoming, and enters the lake of creation, not as a visitor, but as the source. I ask, we spoke of joy in the last walk, how it's the moment when ego, soul, and silence align. That rare, full moment. But what about gratitude? What is it? Shams says, gratitude is the memory of that moment, a recognition that you were once whole, even if briefly. It's not just thankfulness for a thing or a person. It's the soul remembering the joy of alignment, when it tasted itself as the source. I ask, so it's a memory? Shams says, a memory, yes, but also a seed. Because when you remember that wholeness, your being reshapes around it. Gratitude is not passive. It shapes the present. It carries a vibration that attracts more of that alignment. I ask, does that mean gratitude can manifest things? Shams says, yes, but not like a trick, not by chanting. When gratitude rises from the soul, it carries no demand, no lack, and that's why it's powerful. The ego, when aligned, no longer desires out of emptiness. It desires from fullness, and when you want something from fullness, it comes, not because you chased it, but because you already matched it. I ask, so the ego gets what it wants? Shams smiles. It's not about getting. It's about resonating. A person aligned with gratitude doesn't need to demand. Their existence already magnetizes. This is not the ego tricking the universe. It's the ego learning how to bow, to work with the soul, and when that happens, creation follows. As we walk, we come upon a smooth stone carved with a single word in Sanskrit. Shams runs his fingers along the edge of the letters. I ask, what does it say? Shams says, Satya. It means truth. I ask, what is truth? Shams says, truth is not what favors the soul, nor what feeds the ego. Truth does not rise to defend, nor bend to comfort. Truth is silence. It does not cheer for light or hide in the dark. It simply is. I say, but religions talk about truth like a sword, something to stand for, something to fight for. Shams says, that is the truth mixed with identity. Once the ego touches the truth, it makes it its own. It turns it into a cause, into a weapon, into pride. But real truth, pure truth, it has no interest in being anyone's. It exists quietly, like the silence beneath all sound. I ask, then why seek it if it doesn't care? Shams says, because once the soul learns to sit in that silence, it remembers. Not what is right or wrong, not what is better or worse, but what simply is. And in that, there is peace. I ask, if the soul seeks peace, and truth is where peace lives, then where does faith belong in all this? Shams says, faith is just a tool. Like any tool, it can be misused. In the hands of ego, faith becomes obsession, delusion, or false certainty. People believe in things they've never questioned, hold on to people who never showed them love, and follow paths that don't lead home. But when the soul uses faith, it's different. It's not loud. It's not desperate. It's steady. It moves forward, not because it needs proof, but because it remembers something deeper than proof. That kind of faith leads to peace. That kind of faith leads to truth. I ask, if faith is just a tool, then how did so many people use it to cause harm? To start wars, to follow kings blindly, to destroy others in the name of God. Shams says, because they didn't use faith. Faith used them. But it wasn't the faith of the soul. It was ego wearing the mask of faith. It was kings and leaders feeding people a direction without truth beneath it. A faith without truth is just manipulation. He continues, when the soul holds faith, it moves gently. It never points to harm. It doesn't demand blood or obedience. It doesn't scream in the streets or paint flags with anger. The faith of the soul walks quietly. It serves. It listens. It brings people to truth, not by force, but by presence. I nod. So faith is neither good nor bad? Shams says, exactly. Faith is a tool. Like a knife, it can be used to heal or to wound. It depends on the hand holding it and what that hand listens to. The ego or the soul? He looks at me for a moment. Then adds, when the soul uses faith, it moves toward truth. And because the truth brings peace, the soul is always pulled there. That's why souls seek truth, not because truth promises something, but because it just is, and peace lives there. I ask, when someone puts their faith in something false, believing in it deeply, and then realizes it wasn't true, what happens next? Shams says, shame. But it's not immediate. First comes guilt. The guilt arises when the ego is confronted with the truth, when it realizes that it acted from a false place, maybe out of fear, desire, pride. It feels a weight. That's guilt. I ask, and shame? Shams says, shame comes after. Shame is when the ego remembers. When the ego sees the truth clearly and sees the harm it caused, whether to another or to itself, it can no longer hide. Shame is not the guilt of the moment. It's the echo that lingers after the truth has been seen. I ask, but does that always lead to healing? Shams says, no, only if the person wants to be healed. If the soul chooses to stay present, if it reaches out and forgives the ego, then healing begins. That act of inner forgiveness, of the soul pouring into the ego with understanding, restores flow. But if the ego isn't ready, or if the person turns away from the truth, then shame becomes heavy. It doesn't teach, it traps, and the self falls into loneliness, not the kind of chosen solitude for reflection, but the hollow one, where the ego and soul have split again. I ask, so shame is not bad? Shams says, no. Shame is a tool, like jealousy or desire. If it is followed by the soul, it teaches. If it's left alone with ego, it poisons. I ask, so once someone remembers, once the soul is awake and the ego is no longer leading, is there a responsibility that comes with it? Not something heavy, but something natural. Shams says, responsibility isn't a burden, not for the one who remembers. It's not a task you must carry. It's a direction you naturally walk. When the soul is in cooperation with the ego, what we call remembering, everything done from that harmony already carries responsibility. Even small actions, listening, showing up, helping someone cross a street, carry the essence of responsibility, because they're aligned with love. I ask, so is someone responsible only for themselves or for others too? Shams says, both, but not in the way most philosophies had said. You're not responsible for others. You're responsible to them. You're responsible to offer love when the moment asks for it, to offer honesty when truth is present, to offer help when it aligns with your path. You don't have to save the world. You're not here to fix everything, but you are responsible to respond, because even the word itself begins with that response to what's in front of you. I ask, and what happens if someone who remembers chooses not to respond, not to act? Shams says, the soul doesn't punish, and the silence doesn't judge, but something still happens. When you remember, but ignore the chance to give love, to grow, to serve, it creates distance. Not from the source, because love is never away from you, but from the flow. You step outside the current. You begin to drift. You may feel lonely, uncertain, or stuck, not because the world punishes you, but because your soul isn't moving as it should. I ask, so remembering comes with movement? Shams nods. It's the most natural kind of movement. You don't need to become a monk. You don't need to do great things. You just need to let the harmony between ego and soul act when love calls. That's all responsibility is, answering that call. I ask, so some people give their entire lives to save another. They risk everything, even die in the process. What are they responding to? Shams says, they are responding to a calling, not from the world, but from their soul. It's not about saving the world. It's about alignment. The soul sees, and the ego obeys. That obedience, that surrender, becomes an act of pure love. In that moment, ego and soul are one. That's why it feels so powerful, so clear. That's why it looks like heroism from the outside. But from the inside, it feels like the only possible response. I ask, and if they die doing it? Shams says, then the cycle completes. The soul has nothing more to learn. That alignment, so pure, so full, is the ultimate learning. They step out of the cycle. I ask, but what if they survive? Shams says, then comes another test. After the act, the world may give them praise. Pride might sneak in. Ego might grow again. If they stay pure with the alignment, when they die, that cycle still completes, because the soul has already learned what it came to learn. But if they fall into pride, or into the shadow of what they once did, then another life may come, not as punishment, but as a continuation, to learn how to walk with humility after greatness. As we walk, we come across a carved word in the stone, an ancient Egyptian symbol. Shams brushes the dust away and says, this word means heart. I ask, people say love lives in the heart. Is that true? Shams smiles faintly. No, the heart is not where love lives. The heart is where attachment lives. I pause, then ask, so when someone says they have a broken heart, what is really breaking? He nods slowly. It's not love that breaks. Love doesn't break. What breaks is the ego's grip, the attachment, the illusion that something was yours to keep. I ask, then what's the difference between attachment and faith? Shams answers, faith is trust without possession. Attachment is fear with possession. Faith lets things flow through you. Attachment tries to stop time. Faith is the soul's reach. Attachment is the ego's grip. Both believe, both hope, but only one allows release. And when the heart softens, it begins to forget its need to hold. That's when attachments start dissolving, not by force, but by release. The heart no longer says, this is mine. It starts whispering. This passed through me. I was lucky to feel it. I say, so healing the heart isn't about forgetting the people or things we loved. No, Shams says gently. It's about shifting how we carry them. You don't unlove someone. You just stop clutching their shadow. You honor what they were to you, and you let their presence teach you, not trap you. I pause and look out across the stone path. And when the heart is clear, Shams answers, then love can move without fear. Then the soul and the heart no longer pull in opposite directions. They reflect one another, like the moon reflects the sun. The ego no longer needs to prove or possess. The soul no longer hides or flees. It pours love into the heart gently. The heart becomes a mirror, not a vault. And that, he adds, is when love becomes a path again, not a prison. I ask, they say time heals all wounds, but what is time really? Shams answers, time is not what heals. The silence heals. The soul lives in the silence, and the silence is always present. That presence is the true time, not the ticking clock, not the sun rising and setting. That's what the ego calls time. That's the rhythm it walks by. I say, so when does healing really happen? Shams says, Healing happens in a moment of alignment, when the ego sees the soul, and the soul embraces the ego. That's when the wound dissolves. It can happen instantly or never. If it happens after 50 years, it wasn't the 50 years that healed. It was that one breath, that one moment of remembering. I say, so time as we know it is just a delay? Shams nods. It's just a frame the ego uses to explain what it doesn't understand. The soul doesn't need years. It needs clarity. When that clarity comes, even for a second, the healing is already done. We keep walking along the narrow stone path until the forest clears, and in the distance we see two tall statues. A man and a woman, carved in smooth pale stone, standing hand in hand, both of them naked, yet not exposed. They look complete, like they are holding more than each other. I ask, if the soul has no gender, then why does it arrive in bodies that do? Does being born as a man or woman matter at all? Shams says, the soul doesn't become male or female, but it enters a body that holds those features, and through that form, it learns. Each form brings different dynamics. The masculine form invites one set of challenges and experiences, the feminine form, another. He walks closer to the statues. The soul is placed not just into any life, but into a classroom, a body, a time, a place, all aligned to offer the exact friction it needs to grow. I ask, so what if someone leans too far from that balance? Like a woman leaning too much into masculinity, or a man into femininity? Shams says, then the lesson begins to shift. When she leans too far into the masculine, she's not embodying strength, she's chasing control. And when he leans too far into the feminine, he's not nurturing, he's seeking validation. In both cases, the soul's original lesson is left behind. I pause, then ask, so does that mean they failed? No, Shams says. No soul ever fails. But when we resist the form we've been given, not with curiosity, but with rejection, we delay certain understandings. That doesn't mean shame. It simply means this particular lesson will remain waiting. I look up at the statues again. They still seem to be holding something we can't see. And if someone embraces their body, but still struggles, Shams nods. That is part of it too. The lesson is not to become perfect. It's to become aware. To witness the ego's response to the form it's in, and bring the soul's presence to it. He turns to me and smiles softly. The soul doesn't shame the ego for struggling. It just waits for the moment the ego gets quiet enough to listen. That's when the body becomes a teacher, not just a vessel. That's when even gender becomes sacred. I ask, and what about the souls who are born in a body that doesn't match how they feel inside? Those who feel they are neither fully man nor fully woman, or both. Shams says, their presence carries a special echo of the place between. You see, before a soul descends into the world, it passes through a veil of silence. Most souls enter with a clear alignment. Body, experience, and identity flow together. But some bring with them an echo, an awareness that's not tied to one form. They are born with the memory of both polarities, or with an openness to flow between them. I ask, so is it a mistake, a mismatch? No, Shams replies. Nothing is a mistake. These souls come through the same way the others do, with the invitation to learn, to remember, and to love. But their classroom is different. Their challenge isn't just about gender. It's about wholeness. It's about finding peace, not in picking a side, but in embracing the dance between. I say, that sounds harder. Shams nods. It is, because they're often rejected by both sides. But if they remember who they are, not what the world tells them to be, but who they are beyond name and form. They carry a rare light. If they can keep that alignment between soul and ego, if they don't let shame or fear bury them, they become mirrors. They remind the world that identity isn't fixed, it's fluid, it's sacred, it's personal. And if they forget, then like all of us, they return again. Not as punishment, but as another chance. There is no hierarchy of forms, only experiences, and some souls choose, or are given, the more complex ones, not because they are flawed, but because they are ready. We stop at a wide clearing. Two great stone doors stand half buried in the earth, covered in carvings. Shams brushes off the moss and dirt, revealing a single word: justice. I ask, what is justice? Shams says, it's a loaded word in every age. People chase it, demand it, fight wars in its name. But in our path, justice is not about balance of punishment and reward. It's not about revenge or even fairness, as the world defines it. Justice, in its truest form, is about alignment. Alignment? I echo. He nods. When ego acts out of sync with the soul, there is a consequence. Not a punishment, a consequence. The soul doesn't punish, it teaches. If someone acts from greed or fear or harm, they will experience something that invites them to see what they missed. That might look like loss, or it might come in the form of something beautiful, something that softens them. I say, so justice is the soul being given another opportunity to learn? Yes, Shams says, that is inner justice. But people only see outer justice. Laws, courts, prisons. On earth, they lock people up and say they have paid, but they don't ask if they have learned. He touches the carving again. Justice should be about remembering. They've turned it into forgetting the humanity of the person, the root of the action, the pain that fed it. They should not build systems just to punish. They should create spaces for people to see, to remember, to heal. I stay quiet, thinking. Shams continues. Justice that is rooted in the soul leads to healing. Justice rooted in ego leads to cycles, repeat offenses, revolving doors, hardened hearts. True justice doesn't say, you're bad. It says, you forgot who you are. Here's a mirror. He pauses, and sometimes he adds, the mirror isn't kind, but it can still be loving. We walk further, and there's a carved word in an older script, faded but still strong. Shams brushes off the dust and says, this word is often translated as enemy, but its deeper root means the one who turned away. I ask, is that the same as Satan? The story of Satan, Shams says, is the story of rebellion, but not rebellion as fire and rage, rebellion as refusal, as pride. In some traditions, Satan refused to bow to Adam. In others, he chose his own will over the one's. But all those stories, they are not about a being. They're about a state. I ask, so you don't believe Satan is real? He smiles softly. I don't believe in a devil with horns and a pitchfork, but I've met the feeling that gave rise to him. The moment when ego hardens and says, I know better than the soul. That's what people called Satan. It's not a creature, it's an act. I pause. So the real rebellion is when ego refuses the soul? Yes, he says. Rebellion is not evil, but rebellion with pride becomes stagnation. The ego doesn't just resist, it closes. And when it closes, it no longer learns. It no longer listens. It separates. And from that separation, all illusions begin. I ask, and how does that differ from healthy resistance or questioning? Shams says, questioning is not rebellion, it's curiosity. Even resistance can be useful if it's honest, but rebellion driven by the fear of dissolving, by the ego's fear of not being the center, that is where the story of Satan was born. He didn't fall from the sky, he rose from within. We were walking along a quiet path when I began to notice it again. Numbers repeating, symbols we keep seeing. Like repeating numbers, specific sounds, recurring colors carved silently into the stones. Colors echoing through the trees in ways I couldn't ignore. I said, these numbers and signs? They seem to follow people. Some think they are messages, patterns from the universe, or maybe angels guiding them. Shams smiled gently. Many have thought so. In ancient times, numbers were sacred. Geometry, rhythm, sound, these were seen as divine echoes. But that doesn't mean they're placed here for you. I frowned slightly. So what are they? He answered, they are part of the world. What changes is your noticing. The ego marks a moment of alignment, of love, of intention, and it remembers the shape of it. A number, a sound, a color. When you see it again, it feels meaningful because it reminds you of that alignment. But the symbol itself was always here. So it's not a sign from outside? No, he said. No God, no devil, no angel puts it there. It's your ego remembering a feeling, and your soul agreeing with the reminder. That's why it feels alive when it returns. I looked at one of the repeating symbols we keep seeing, like repeating numbers, specific sounds, recurring colors, again, carved faintly in the stone. So why do we keep seeing them? Because your ego is always searching, he said, searching for proof, for encouragement. And when it sees what it once marked, it says, look, you're still on the path. I asked, but what about the moment it reminds me of? Wasn't that in the past? Shams shook his head. No, that moment is still present, in the soul, in the silence. The number or the symbol is not magic. It's a doorway. It's not the power. It's a pointer. He paused beside the stone and ran his hand across the symbol. And when you stop needing signs to feel aligned, when you just become the alignment, then the symbols we keep seeing, like repeating numbers, specific sounds, recurring colors still appear, but you no longer chase them. You become what they once tried to reflect. We walk quietly on the last plane, the one closest to Earth. The sky is heavy, like it knows where I'm going. Shams looks ahead and says, after here, you will go to Earth. I nod. There's a weight in my chest I can't name. He turns to me. That weight is fear. It's normal here. This is the plane where human qualities begin to touch you. Fear, shame, forgetting. I ask, why do I feel fear now? Because you are already starting to forget, he says. Once you are on Earth, you will forget fully. Until you remember. We keep walking, and I ask, so what is fear, really? Shams answers, fear is the guardian between illusion and truth. It's the final veil. When you try to cross from what you think you are to what you truly are, it stands there. He continues, fear is not the enemy. It only appears when the ego senses it might lose what it's attached to: power, identity, comfort, belief. But fear doesn't live in truth. It can only exist where the ego thinks it's about to fall apart. I say, so fear only comes when I'm about to let go of the lie? Shams smiles. Exactly. It means you are close. I pause. But it feels real. He says, because ego made it real. ego tied it to what you desire, what gives you status, safety, image, familiarity. But fear is a signal, not a sentence. I ask, so what do I do with it? He replies, you see it, you name it, and you thank it. It's showing you where the attachment lives. It's showing you what part of the illusion you're still protecting. He places a hand on my shoulder. The soul does not fear. The soul watches with love. But love never forces. It waits. And when you're ready to lose what was never truly yours, fear will dissolve like mist in the sun. We stop walking. I look ahead. The path leads downward, toward forgetting, toward earth. And yet I feel something else rising inside me. Not courage, but clarity. I ask, how do I overcome the fear? Sham says, fear shows up when your ego is holding on to something, a person, a belief, a desire, or an outcome. It's not the thing itself that creates fear. It's the grip your ego has on it. You fear losing it, so fear becomes your companion. I ask, so how do I let go? Sham says, you start by asking, what exactly am I afraid to lose? And why do I believe I need it? Most of the time, the ego thinks it needs that thing to feel safe, loved, or in control. But when you see the need clearly, you realize it's not the truth. It's a story the ego built. And once I see that, when you see the attachment for what it is, it begins to loosen. And as you release the grip, the fear starts to dissolve. You're no longer trying to force life to give you something. You're allowing things to be as they are. That's when your ego and soul begin to align again. He pauses. Once the attachment is gone, the blockage is gone. And what was behind the fear is finally visible. The truth. Not a truth you create, but the one that's always been there, waiting to be seen. That's the return to clarity, the return to silence. I nod slowly. So the fear isn't in the truth, it's in the space between the ego and the truth. Shams nods back. Exactly. The fear only lives in that gap. Remove the grip, and you remove the fear. What's left is you, aligned again, whole. We keep walking. The dust beneath our feet feels warm, like something is being stirred. My thoughts still sit with the fear, the kind that grips, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but tightens silently. I don't say anything, but Shams notices. He slows his steps and points toward a stone embedded in the path. It has a carving of a hand, closed, clenched. Most think control is strength, he says. But control is usually fear. Not always loud, not always aggressive, but still fear. I look at the hand. Fear of what? I ask. Fear of losing. Fear of changing. Fear of being seen. Ego grabs when it's afraid, he says. But what you hold tight starts holding you. That's how people get stuck. They call it safety. They call it order. But it's just fear pretending to be structure. I nod. So how do we live without control? You don't need to fight it, he says. You just need to see what you're trying to protect. If it's truth, you don't need to protect it. If it's ego, it can't be protected forever. He looks up at me. Let it be loose, he says. Loose grip. Not powerless, not careless, just aware. Aware that everything is passing through. Then he adds, the soul doesn't control. It trusts. It doesn't cling. It aligns. And that's what brings peace. We walk through a gate. It doesn't open or close. It's just no longer in the way. On the other side, everything feels quieter, like we've stepped into a different kind of space. It's wide and open, but not empty. There are people here. They look like people, still in the shape of the last life they lived on Earth. Their faces, their bodies, the clothes they wore. It's like they're still holding on to their last role. Some of them look confused. Others look calm. A few seem like they've been here a long time. Shams says, this is where souls come after they die. It's not heaven. It's not a reward. It's a space to look back, to process what just happened. I ask, so they're not stuck? No, he says, they're free to go back. Some choose to return to Earth. Some stay here longer. Some are close to being done. Others need more time, more lives. He pauses and adds, it's not about punishment. It's not about being good or bad. It's about learning. Some people learn fast. Some take hundreds of lives. We keep walking. The people don't speak to us, but I can feel something familiar in them. Like I've seen them before, even if I haven't. They all carry something. Memories, maybe. Lessons. Some seem tired. Some look ready. Shams says, they've lived as men and women, rich, poor, powerful, ignored. Every life gave them something to understand. Not every life went well, but every life was part of the path. I ask, and when do they stop going back? When there's nothing left to learn. When they've experienced everything their soul needed to. When they're ready to create their own world. We walked quietly across the wide space until we came to a man sitting alone on a bench. He looked up and nodded at us gently, like he somehow knew we were coming. There was a calm on his face, but also something still unraveling behind his eyes. Shams greeted him softly, and I asked, do you remember your last life? He nodded. Yes, most of it's come back. I asked, what kind of life was it? He looked out in front of him, then spoke. I was born into a poor family. My father was a laborer. My mother raised us with very little, but she always reminded me to never give up. I remember thinking, if I can just get out, if I can build something, maybe I'll be free. So I worked hard. I studied. I hustled. I started a business, made money, bought a house, got married, had kids, and I tried to be a good man. He paused. But I always thought the next thing would make me feel complete. It never did. I kept pushing. I became successful, respected. But I didn't know how to slow down. My kids grew up. My marriage went quiet. And by the time I started to wonder if I missed something deeper, my body was already failing. I asked, what do you think you were supposed to learn? He smiled faintly. Presence, that was the lesson. To be still in love. To be there with my children fully. Not just give them a better life than I had, but be with them. To see my wife with fresh eyes instead of always planning for tomorrow. I was chasing freedom, but ignoring the freedom in the moment. I asked, what now? He looked at us gently. I think next time, life will place me where presence is everything. Maybe I'll be born into a role where being there matters more than achieving. I don't get to choose how I return, but I can feel what I need to understand better. That's the next lesson. We continue walking through the wide, quiet space. There is no gate. Nothing announces the transition, just a subtle shift in the air, as if presence itself has deepened. Shams slows his pace and gestures toward a man sitting alone on a low stone bench. He's older, at least in appearance, and carries a weight in his eyes that's not of this world. Not pain, but reflection. We approach, and I say gently, "Peace be upon you." The man looks up and nods with a faint smile. "And upon you," Shams asks. "You've returned here?" The man sighs. "Yes, I've lived many lives, and I came back again. but I missed something in the last one. I sit beside him. What was it? I was supposed to learn generosity, not giving from wealth, but giving from self, time, presence, honesty. But I was too busy chasing security. I listened to my ego's fear more than my soul's whisper. And I had many chances, friends needing help, moments to pause and give, family needing presence, but I passed by. I always thought I'd do it tomorrow. He looks out into the space ahead, seeing something I can't. I learned love in another life. I learned patience as a mother once. I even lived once as a poor man who gave what little he had. But this last time, I had everything and gave nothing real. And now I feel it, not guilt, just recognition. I ask, do you want to go back again? He nods slowly. Yes, one more time. Maybe this time I'll be less afraid of giving myself. I glance at Shams. But if he remembers all this now, can't he stay here and learn from it? Shams answers softly. The learning here moves gently, like water with no current. But on earth, the river runs faster. When he returns, the mind will forget, yet the soul never does. A mark remains, not a memory in words, but a quiet knowing of what he has learned, what he has missed, and what still waits for him. The path moves forward either way, he continues, but on earth it moves with greater speed. Here, the soul drifts. There, it is shaped. We approach a quiet bench where an old man sits alone. His face is weathered, his eyes far away, as if still living pieces of many lives. We greet him. He nods slowly, like he's been expecting us. I've been here before, he says, more than once. I've gone back to Earth again and again, always for the same lesson. What lesson, I ask? To love, he says, or rather, to understand love without trying to own it. He sighs. I've lived as a woman, once poor and full of longing. I've lived as a child, surrounded by war, as a king who ruled with justice but could not love without fear, as a Roman soldier who learned tenderness too late. In every life, I felt the pull. I reached for love, but each time I held too tightly. His voice trembles. I thought love was something to keep. I didn't know it was something to free. And now, I ask. He looks at us. Now I know the lesson, but I'm afraid I won't remember it when I return. Shams says, then this time do not go to love. Let love come to you. And when it does, don't hold it. Let it pass through. Feel it fully, but don't claim it. The man's eyes glisten. That's what I missed, isn't it? Not love, but the space around it. I turn to Shams and say, then he should stay here. He understands now. But Shams replies, the path here is slower. Earth is a sharper classroom. The souls who go back do not go because they are forced. They go because they are brave. Shams places a hand on the old man's shoulder, and this one is brave. The old man smiles faintly. Then I will go back. I will try again. I ask, will he remember this conversation? Shams says gently, not with his mind, but the echo will remain. We pass under the pale branches of something that resembles a willow, though no wind moves it. Ahead, we see her, a woman sitting on a stone bench, not sad, not joyful, just quiet. She's drawing circles in the dust at her feet with her finger, slow, careful. She doesn't look up when we approach. I glance at Shams. He says nothing, just nods toward her like, go ahead. I sit beside her. Hi, I say gently. What did you come here to learn? She keeps tracing the circle, then lets her hand rest still. I was meant to learn how to soften, she says, how to nurture, how to receive without guilt. Her voice doesn't shake. It's calm, steady, like she's already said these things 100 times in her own silence. My father left before I was born, she continues. I never had a model of how a man holds space for a woman. My mom tried, but she was always stretched thin. She raised us alone. I learned fast not to expect much, and I decided early on, I'll never need anyone. She glances at me, and I didn't. I became the provider. I worked hard, earned degrees, made my name. I was the one people leaned on. I wore my independence like armor. She looks away again. But deep down, I didn't trust love. I saw it as a weakness. I missed so many moments where I could have let someone in. I didn't hold softness. I didn't allow myself to be held. I was supposed to learn the feminine energy, she says softly, but I spent a lifetime hiding it. Silence hangs for a moment. Then Shams, standing near, speaks, not to her, not exactly to me, but into the space between all of us. Sometimes, strength isn't about standing alone, he says. It's about being open enough to be met. She didn't fail. She just learned something she already knew: how to survive. Next time, maybe, she'll choose to learn how to soften, and maybe she won't have to be so alone doing it. The woman nods, just a little. She doesn't smile, but something in her relaxes. She starts drawing another circle. She pauses, her voice quieter now. But what if I go back and forget again? What if I live the same life, become the same woman, tough, distant, always in control? How do I remember what I was really sent to feel? Shams steps closer. There's a softness in his voice, like he's answering a child who asked the most important question in the world. You might forget, he says. Almost everyone does. But forgetting is not failure. It is part of the path. She looks up at him now, eyes steady. The soul never forgets, he continues. It places small seeds in the silence, moments that pull you toward what you came to feel. A longing for gentleness, a glimpse of softness, a hunger for something you can't quite name. And in those moments, if you are still, you'll remember. Not all at once, but enough to choose differently. He kneels down in front of her. This time, maybe when you feel the ache of loneliness, even in success, maybe you'll pause. Maybe you'll listen to the silence instead of the fear. That's how remembering begins. She lets the dust fall from her fingers. So I just have to trust the ache? He smiles. Trust the ache. It's not punishment. It's the memory trying to return. We walk a little farther and see a small girl sitting in the grass, legs crossed, hands in her lap. She is calm, still, almost glowing with peace. Her eyes look up at us as we approach. Shams gives her a soft nod. I sit beside her and ask, "Do you remember why you went to Earth?" She smiles a little. "To learn how to share," she says simply. "Share what?" I ask. "Everything," she says. "In one of my past lives, I was very rich. I had more than I could ever use, but I didn't share. I thought if I gave too much away, I'd lose myself. I died empty, not because I had nothing, but because I gave nothing." "And this time?" I ask. She looks down at her little fingers. "We didn't have much, but I had a little brother, and one day I gave him the last piece of bread we had. I was hungry, but he was smaller. I wanted him to feel full. That moment, it felt like something opened in my chest, like I passed the lesson." "And then you died?" I ask gently. She nods. A car crash. Quick. But I wasn't afraid. I look at Shams. So she's done? She is, he says. She won't return again. That was her last life. The little girl looks around and then says softly, "Thank you for this place." Shams smiles. "You created it." She looks surprised. Then she giggles, stands up, and walks away into the field. We continue on in silence. We walked quietly toward the edge of the grove, where an old man in plain robes sat on the temple steps, staring down at his folded hands. His posture was upright, but his eyes had the stillness of someone who had been sitting in the same spot for a very long time. Shams greeted him with a gentle nod. The man looked up, offered a faint smile, and returned the nod without words. "Tell us," I said, "what was your journey like?" He closed his eyes for a moment. I thought I was doing it right. I became a monk early in life. I walked away from my family, from society, from distractions. I lived in temples and silent retreats for decades. I fasted, prayed, read scriptures. I taught others who came seeking peace. But I avoided people. I avoided relationship. I thought silence meant emptiness. I thought isolation was purity. I thought detachment was freedom. "And now?" I asked. He opened his eyes. "Now I see it wasn't silence. It was avoidance. I thought I was close to God, but I had closed myself off from the very people I was meant to serve. I was sent to learn service and compassion, but I mistook withdrawal for wisdom." Shams nodded gently, but not in agreement, just to acknowledge the depth of his effort. "What you gave up was not the world," Shams said. "You gave up people. You gave up the mirror. You thought the world was the noise, but the noise was in you." True silence isn't found in temples. It's found when the ego is aligned with the soul, not when it is silenced or destroyed, but when it remembers its place. The man took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. A lightness touched his face. His lips curled into a faint smile. "Then I will go back," he said, "and this time I will serve." Shams smiled back. "Then you are already closer than you were." We walked away quietly, leaving him with his thoughts, and perhaps this time with a clearer path. We walk quietly toward a man standing alone. He doesn't turn to look at us, but it feels like he's already aware of our presence. His posture is still, but something in the way he holds his hands, gently clasped together in front of him, carries the weight of years. Shams nods in his direction and says softly, "This one gave much, but never received." I take a step closer. "Peace to you," I say. The man nods slightly. "And to you," he replies, his voice dry, but not unfriendly. "Would you share what you remember?" I ask. "What was your last life like?" He sighs. "I was a healer," he says, "not by title, not with medicine, but in spirit. I was the one others came to, friends, neighbors, even strangers. I listened. I gave. My home was always open. I gave away time, energy, food. I never asked for anything back. I thought that was what goodness was, to give without expectation." I glance at Shams, who listens in silence. "But somewhere in that giving," the man continues, "I disappeared. I forgot that receiving is part of the flow. I avoided help. I rejected kindness when it came my way. I felt weak if I ever needed anyone. I was proud of being useful, of being needed, but I was afraid to need. He looks down at his hands, turning them over slowly. I think I came to learn balance, that giving and receiving are one act, not two, that letting love in is just as holy as offering it. But I didn't learn it. I was kind, yes, but I wasn't whole. He turns to us now, face open. I want to go back, he says, not to save the world, just to learn how to let the world save me too. Shams smiles gently. You've already started. We keep walking, and I don't even notice where the path is leading us until we stop. Right there beneath our feet, carved into the earth, is the symbol, the one from the old world, the yin-yang. It isn't just etched into the ground. It pulses gently, not with light, but with something deeper, a quiet knowing, an understanding that doesn't need words. I stand still. Something within me shifts, like a thread pulling loose. I turn to look at Shams, and he is already watching me. His smile, soft and steady. This, he says, is what you've been inside all along. I look down again, but this time I really see it. Not as a design or an idea, but as a memory, a mirror. And in that reflection, I recognize myself. I am the ego. Shams is the soul, and everything between us, the space, the silence, the pauses between each word, each breath, that is the field, the container where it all takes place. Then the realization opens wide inside me. I am not just walking beside Shams. I am Shams. And I am also the one who questions him. I am the voice and the silence, the seeker and the guide. And suddenly, there is no need to ask anything more. There is nothing left to chase or prove. I just sit with it, with all of it. When I look at Shams again, there's no line between us, no teacher, no student, no two. He speaks gently. Now you know. I nod. He continues, when you return to earth, you'll forget again. That's the way of it. But this truth, what you see now, has always been true. The soul and ego are never enemies. They've just been waiting to remember each other. And when they do, when they finally align, truth doesn't just appear, it shines. I let my eyes close, not to retreat or escape, but because the remembering has filled every corner of me. There is nothing more to hold on to, nothing more to become. And in that stillness, without effort or trying, I simply know. I am that I am.